All right. So we're going to be watching some Asmongold today. This is gambling. Bros, this sucks.
Teacher would stop you and she'd say, "Stop running." Maybe if you're not fat, right? If you weren't fat in middle school, you'd be running down the hall. And I'd say, "Teacher, I wasn't running. I was walking fast." And she's like, "Okay, now you're getting detention. That's it. This is crazy. It's happening, man. It's time to just take their money, man. You think that's it? Maybe you're right. Like, I'm feeling like that might be what has to happen now. Rollback to Twitch, you couldn't live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me. So the CS2 major, crypto gambling is back in a big way. Twitch said the gambling rules apply specifically to direct promotion or linking, not to branding displayed on jerseys, stage signage, or other physical materials that appear during an event broadcast. However, verbally referring to the website on stream is prohibited. Just take the money, guys. Just
Don't do it.
guys, just take the money. Like, what are you playing
Abandon
games
Twitch.
for? However, yeah, verbally referring to this website on stream is prohibited. What are you going to do if they do that? Are you going to cancel it? You're not going to do anything. In a statement provided to Dexerto, Twitch said, while the Star Ladder CS Major will be streamed on Twitch, the Rollbit event and sponsorship does not violate our guidelines, as the event and sponsor have agreed to limit the sponsorship during
Oh,
the
of course it
stream
does.
to physical branding only. So they're not going to advertise. They're only going to advertise. That makes a lot of sense, guys. If you see it that way, that's it. Yeah. And so anyway, I hope all the anti-gambling streamers have the same energy with Twitch starts promoting gambling, Pokemon, etc. I think, guys, this is my outlook. We have lost the war. I have lost the war on gambling.
True.
The world wants to gamble. The world looks at the statistics of a slot machine and they say, I'm different. And I'm tired. I'm tired. I am done trying to convince.
It doesn't matter how tired you are. Some people are going to wake up to this one. Many people are going to remain fools and stay asleep and then get robbed like this and then complain. We got to call this hypocrisy what it is, this evil that it is, the manipulation. They're trying to get a young generation hooked on gambling like they did the fucking boomers.
them that they're not different. You want to do it? Go ahead. Go ahead and do it. The world wants Labubu's, gambling, and everything else. Man, yes, you gambled yesterday hard. I didn't gamble. I knew I was losing that money. It's like painting an ad. Yep, there you go. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm totally done going against gambling. I don't give a shit anymore. They want to gamble. They want to put it out there. That's totally fucking fine. I'm not going to get upset about it anymore. I'm not going to care anymore. I'm not going to pretend to care anymore. I think that's also a very important distinction here. Pretending to care. So yeah, so wait, Twitch viewbot itself to sell more ads. I don't know. My uncle won 3 million gambling. Yeah, what did he lose? 5. And so anyway, yeah, holy fuck, Trey Rant's rant about this is going to be legendary. So Twitch banned these sites for 2022 gambling violations, and now they're cozying up with Rollbit for the CS2 major partnership. This is what's going to happen. It's going to just get worse and worse and worse. Gambling is going to become even bigger, and Twitch is going to allow it again, and there will be a time where Twitch allows crypto gambling again, and nobody is going to be able to do anything about it because it's been totally normalized in our society. Crypto gambling and involving gambling and everything is completely normalized now. Yep, that's it.
Disgusting.
Give the people what they want, get the bag. I mean, I would maybe take a oh fuck, my thing got messed up. I would maybe take a sponsor for like a I don't know, for like an event or something like that, like a long-term sponsor, probably not for gambling, but in general, my keyboard tray got messed up. That's why I actually have these. I have these here anytime that my keyboard tray gets fucked up because I can't squeeze it hard enough because it's fucking metal and it has to get inside a metal track. Okay, I fixed it. There it is. That's why I've got the pliers. And anyway, no, that's the thing. And some people say, but it might kill some of your viewers. If I got to open every one of my what do you call it? If I got to open up my stream for every big event that I did with a human sacrifice, would you guys want that?
No.
Would you guys want me to open it up like Aztec style on the top of a temple? Would you guys want to see the human sacrifice? And I mean, ideally, chat would vote on who gets sacrificed, right? Well, no, because then that would probably be my mods or me. So maybe not the best idea. Okay, we have to think of something else. Yeah, I don't know yet. As long as it's not me. Yeah, well, we could do it at we could roll it off. It could be a gamble in itself, right? And yeah, sacrifice is illegal one time. Yeah, not responding to that. Exactly. And so if we had to perform a human sacrifice before every stream, well, I mean, that would be entertaining. I feel like more people would watch that than the event. I do. Yeah, draw
That's
straws.
disgusting.
Exactly. Clone yourself first. Yeah, instead of banning spammers.
This is exactly what happened to the native Mexicans, right? The Mexica, they rolled around, were kidnapping people from surrounding villages, human sacrificing, ripping out hearts, drinking blood, eating people, cannibalism. All of it. Horrible, horrible, horrible shit. And then the Spaniards came around. The white man came around and brought Jesus to us and ended the human sacrifice. That's a great thing. That is the best thing to have ever happened to Mexico. Now, remember, there's a whole bunch of shit that also went down, so I ended up coming here to the United States as a child. I was raised here, so this is the only nation that I know. So fuck Mexico, fuck what it stands for, fuck the rest of the world. They're not doing anything as they should. It's the United States, and the United States should put the United States first, and I, as an American, am going to put America and the American people first. Part of that is understanding that, yes, this nation was founded under Christian Jesus teachings, right? The 1955 Geneva Bible, or 1599, one of them fucking Bibles. The one that they read, the 1599 one, right? I think that was the one. But they read it, and that's what they created the Constitution of, right? So we should also be reading the Bible. Now, I would say go with the interlinear Bible so you get the Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek text. And then you can translate it the rest of the way. This does mean that I would include the Book of Enoch, Jubilees, Giants, Dead Sea Scrolls already a part of it. All the stuff, right? The whole thing, because we got to know the whole thing. And this gambling is a evil, a super evil, like the most evil of evil. Because not only is it enablement, because you are enabling someone to do their own self-destructive behavior, you're profiting off of their self-destruction. You're evil. I'm tired of him not. Asmon needs to call evil what is evil, but at the same time, he holds some very evil, ideas himself. Oh, polygamy. Apparently that's cool with him. So he'd have been cool with his dad having two wives, one of them being his mom. If he's cool with that, that's fine. I'm not cool with it, and I call it as evil as what it is. And you need to do the same.
Just humans. Yes, instead of banning a spammer, we get them addicted to gambling. Could I do, you know what I should do? I should have a channel where all I do is I stream and everybody that's not banned.
I will say this, Asmond, if you do want to do a human sacrifice, you start your stream off and then you take whoever's there and then you permaban them. Be like, you are a human sacrifice, you are gone, yeeted and deleted. Right random.
As the event and sponsor have agreed to limit the sponsorship during the stream to physical branding only. So they're not going to advertise, they're only going to advertise. That makes a lot of sense, guys. I if you see it that way, that's it. Yeah. And so anyway, I hope all the anti-gambling streamers have the same energy with Twitch starts promoting gambling, Pokemon, etc. I think, guys, this is my outlook.
No, this is not vape.
We have lost
I am in
the
Colorado.
war. I have lost the war on gambling.
It's weed.
The world wants to gamble. The world looks at the statistics of a slot machine.
You know what? I'm going to do something. So I read through it already. But this is what we're gonna do after lunch, which of course I praise you, thank you, Lord, for this meal that I am about to partake of. In the beginning, because I set up my stream because I was like, well, if I'm gonna eat, I may as well stream at the same time, right? But afterwards, we're gonna read the Holy Bible, English Standard Version, starting because Nux is handling the Old Testament. I would say check him out. It's very he does a very good job of it, right? Because, like I said, I have no issue with my Hebrew speaking brothers and sisters, my Latin, Greek, Aramaic, none of them. Whatever language you speak, I am cool with you so long as you're not evil and you. And then I love you even more. Well, admitting I love you regardless of where you are because you can be saved. Everybody can be saved. But while Nux is handling the Old Testament, because I do believe that certain modern day people refuse to accept the validity of the New Testament, even though every single prophecy was answered in the New Testament. So we're just gonna do the New Testament, starting off with the book of who's first? Matthew? Is Matthew the first one? So there's Mark, Matthew. Here we go. New Testament. The New Testament. Can it read? Can it even be picked up? It should. The New Testament. This is what we will be reading under the English Standard Version. We can read it online, so we can read it together or something. I'm going to learn the Hebrew one. The Hebrew and Greek, because I don't look at the Bible. Well, of course, it is holy text. It is historical text. It is also a puzzle. And it's a puzzle that we can solve because all the clues are in all of the books, everything that was written. This is the 66 canon, I think. I want to go for the 88 because there is some explanations in there. I understand Gnostic stuff is kind of crazy. The other one would definitely be Paradise Lost. It's not actual book of it, but I would say it's definitely inspired. But there's stuff all over the place that does give explanations as to what's going on, and there is a plausibility behind it because remember, you and I, humans, uncorrupted by the Nephilim, are created in God's image. Therefore, we have a mind as capable as his. Not at his level, but as capable. And with his capacity, and of course his eternity, beyond eternity, he knows this already. So now it's really like a father watching their child learn something while they're being guided, and be like, yes, it's making sense to you. And that's what I'm gonna work towards here. But we're gonna finish watching this video because that's the whole time. But it's evil.
I'm different.
They're not. None of you are different. We are all the same, and each one of us are susceptible to sin.
I am done trying to convince them that they're not different.
Don't be done.
Do it? Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead and do it. The world wants Labubu's, gambling, and everything else.
You fuck them both. That demonic worship.
Yesterday hard. I didn't gamble. I knew I was losing that money. It's like painting an ad. Yep, there you go. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm totally done going against gambling. I don't give a shit anymore.
I am blocking.
They want to gamble. They want to put it out there. That's totally fucking fine. I'm not going to get upset about it anymore. I'm not going to care anymore. I'm not going to pretend to care anymore. I think that's also a very important distinction here. Pretending to care. So yeah, so wait, Twitch viewbot itself to sell more ads? I don't know. My uncle won 3 million gambling. Yeah, what did he lose? 5? And so anyway, yeah, holy fuck, Trey Rant's rant about this is going to be legendary. So Twitch banned these sites for 2022 gambling violations, and now they're cozying up with Rollbit for the CS2 major partnership.
Bastards!
What's going to happen?
It's like, it's the same thing with OnlyFans. I know that some of you have seen it, right? You'll go to like these youth motocross events, right? And who's sponsoring it? OnlyFans. Who is OnlyFans specifically then targeting? Porn. It is targeting the youth, the teenagers, kids, right? Corrupting them, getting them into the. I sound like Alex Jones, but he's right about this one, right? Even and here's what I'll say, right? As far as like my lineage goes, I don't know what my lineage is. I do know that my mom is absolutely a native of Mexico. 100%. She looks native, Native American, Mexican American, Mexican, Native Mexican, right? My dad, he might have been a Jew. I hate to say it, thinking about it deeply, I think he may have. But a whole kerfuffle happened, and I was kind of like plucked out from them. Which I will say thank you, Lord Jesus, for keeping me away from the evil that is pushing porn onto children and gambling onto children. They disgust me, and you need to do the same. Now, if I'm not, cool, whatever. Either way, those Jews are not the Jews of old. They're not Hebrew, because this is entirely my theory. I'm going off on an insane tangent, so buckle up. So the Hebrew of old were two groups, right? You had all of the people who rejected Jesus, and then you had all of the Jews who accepted Jesus. Now, what was happening in the Old Testament? Oh, there was a lot of corruption happening because they were breeding with outside their people, right? With the Nephilim, the angels, creating corrupted individuals. Why was Noah spared from the flood? Because his bloodline was righteous. It was still unchanged by anyone, right? Unafflicted, still human, straight up human, right? So reset happened. The super evil that was the fallen rebellious angels at Satan, because we'll skip over that, right? But that's the thing. The Hebrew did not intermix with people outside of the Hebrew group. Now, there is a way to do it, right? It's with like second to third cousins, kind of like you would with cows. I hate to say how similar it is, but yeah, basically it's like cows or dogs. Certain animals they can interbreed, but they would be far enough away that they wouldn't have as many issues. Now, admittingly, over compounding amounts of time, then it would become an issue. We'll come to that later. But that was the Hebrew of old. God was, of course, giving them the hey, guess what? You won't have maladies and shit with your interbreeding because we need to repopulate the planet. So you're all now different people. Is essentially what happened. Then, after the crucifixion, you had the Jews. They all basically migrated to Europe and Asia. Not really much North Africa because they were kind of done because they had already spread it to where they needed to in Africa of all the groups that were there of humans. And that was also under the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was huge enough already, which is why it was put in Greek and then transported across, which is also why Rome fell because it was in the Greek language which the Roman Empire was using. And the Synagogue of Satan wanted to silence the voice, so they shattered the Republic. Now, you had the Jews who did follow Jesus. They began to then intermix with, the Europeans. So there is more Hebrew DNA in European, in Germans, and all that stuff than there is in the modern day Jews, right? Now, of course, the Synagogue of Satan is those who lie about being Jews. Now, I don't know DNA wise who is who. So if you're lying about being a Jew, then you are of the Synagogue of Satan. If you're not lying about being a Jew, I'm not talking to you. Silence your face. But the Hebrew, that's what happened to them, right? One side split off and intermixed. One side did split off, but did not intermix because they kept to the Old Testament because they refused to accept the New Testament as fact. So they then took on Eastern European slaves. Again, these people stopped intermixing, so they very much became a single point of genetics, which really ended in a lot of inbreeding. There's a lot of inbreeding that's happening, especially in like Islam and Judaism. It's crazy. But so the those Hebrew took Eastern European slaves, and then they taught the slaves what to do to carry on the thing. But they're like, you know, we're not going to intermix. And so this is the people who are now of the synagogue of Satan. They lie about being Jews because they are not Jews. And they are the ones who, in their hate of Jesus, and Jesus talked negatively about sexual immorality, they push porn. Ooh, against vices and other types of sin, gambling being one of them because it falls into the line of greed. Porn is in the thing of lust. That's also why there are a bunch of beheading videos for wrath purposes. But all of this also includes sloth because you ain't doing shit, and all of this pridefully because you're proud of what you're doing, which is even worse. It's disgusting. And so we need to start calling evil what it is, right? People need to wake up to the truth. The truth is very uncomfortable because it's truth. It's like when you find out something about someone from the past, you're like, "Oh, you were my best uncle, cousin, aunt, niece, nephew, whatever. Oh, and then I found out that you were beheading cats and dogs and carrying their heads around as like keychains." Well, that's gonna paint you in a different light, and that's what we need to understand. The truth is not always a fun time, and the truth is, the gamblers, the bankers, the pornographers, they're evil, and we need to call evil what it is. And that's the other thing. There is the line. There is bad. So there's bad, less bad, not near as bad, but still bad, and then worse, further on away from what is the line between good and evil, right? And then there is good. There are lesser amounts of good, and there are greater amounts of good, but it is still good. Just like the other side, evil, bad, is still evil. And that's what they are. They are evil, and we need to call them evil so that way everyone can open their eyes to the fact that they're trying to steal from you, weaken you, control you. Support me as governor. Coyote Thunder, ya boy.
It's going to just get worse and worse and worse. Gambling is going to become even bigger, and Twitch is going to allow it again. And there will be a time where Twitch allows crypto gambling again, and nobody is going to be able to do anything about it because it's been totally normalized in our society. Crypto gambling and involving gambling and everything is completely normalized now.
Disgusting.
Yep, that's it. Give the people what they want, get the bag. I mean, I would maybe
No.
take a. Oh fuck, my thing got messed up.
Where the
I would
fuck are your
maybe take a
morals?
sponsor for like
Did I go back?
you know, I don't know, for like an event or something like that, but like a long-term sponsor, probably not for gambling. But you know, in general, my keyboard tray got messed up. That's why I actually have these. I have these here anytime that my keyboard tray
This
gets
sounds
fucked up,
familiar.
because I can't squeeze it hard enough because it's fucking metal and it has to get inside the
Not this part.
back. Okay, I fixed it. There it is. That's why I've got the pliers. And anyway, no, that's the thing. And some people say, but it might kill some of your viewers.
Oh, it absolutely will. Yeah, I think the video backed up.
If
I may have backed it up.
every one
Yeah.
of my what do you call it? If I got to open up my stream for every big event that I did with a human sacrifice, would you guys want that? Would you guys want me to open it up like Aztec style on the top?
Here's what's gonna happen. Once I get a large enough following, that's what I'm gonna start to do. There's gonna be a human sacrifice. I'll pick one of you at random, and you will be permabanned. And I'll put next to it human sacrifice, so you can't come back.
Top of a on the top of a temple? Would you guys want to see the human sacrifice? And I mean, ideally, chat would vote on who gets sacrificed, right? Well, no, because then that would probably be my mods or me. So maybe not the best idea. Okay, we have to think of something else. Yeah, I don't know yet. As long as it's not me. Yeah, well, we could do it at we could roll it off. It could be a gamble in itself, right? And yeah, sacrificing illegal one time. Yeah, not responding to that. Exactly. And so if we had to perform a human sacrifice before every stream, well, I mean, yeah, that would be entertaining. I feel like more people would watch that than the event. I do. Yeah, draw straws. Exactly. Clone yourself first. Yeah, instead of banning spammers, just humans. Yes, instead of banning a spammer, we get them addicted to gambling. Could I do, you know what I should do? I should
Potato
have
wedge.
a channel where all I do is I stream, and everybody that's not banned on my main stream is banned on this stream, and everybody that's not banned on the stream is banned on this stream, right? So it's like vice versa. So basically, it's a way for me to kill the people that I've banned by getting them addicted, and all I do on that stream is gamble. All I do on gamble, and it's my goal to kill them.
Evil.
To get
That
them
is
addicted
evil,
to
Asmon.
gambling and ruin their fucking life.
I
You
understand the
guys like that?
hyperbole.
That's a good one, huh? Yeah, banned for life. Yes, everybody who is a banned chatter gets to watch that stream instead. And
But
it's
that's
just a way to
exact.
build a.
So while I said that that's evil, absolutely, that's how they think, mind you. I'm not saying that Asmon is evil. I'm saying that the idea is evil, and the idea is what those gamblers they're gonna do. They're gonna do just that. They're gonna get people hooked on gambling so that way they can take all their money and get these people to kill themselves, specifically young men. Entirely specifically young men is their target hate. So they hate you, so they're gonna target you with shit you want that seems good, but it's evil.
Coliseum. Maybe you're right. Purgatory? Well, I don't know about purgatory, but that sounds like a really good idea. And your version of keeping the homeless homeless? Yes, bro. Keeping. You got banned from Twitch, but have you been banned? Never mind. And so, anyway, yeah, that's a great idea, right, guys? Asmon 24/7 gambling. Yes, clearly. And so, anyway, this is what's happening. So, they are. Gambling is normalized now. Everybody is gambling. This is just the way it is. I'm gonna try, bro. Would I take a Gamba sponsor? It depends kind of on what it would be. Like I would never gamble on stream, right? If I wanted this like a title sponsor, I'd probably do that, or like like a card sponsor, I'd do that. But not necessarily doing it myself. As long as I didn't have to do it on stream, I'd be okay with it, right? Pokemon in shambles, yes, exactly. Don't need it, exactly. I want you richer. Well, maybe I'll have to, right? I'll take the money from gambling and then I can use it to buy. What if I? What? Wait a second, guys. I got a good idea.
Okay.
What if I went and I took the money from a gambling sponsorship and I spent all of it on buying alcohol and cigarettes for homeless people?
That seems like a
And machetes.
Beautiful.
You get the 3-piece combo.
Yes. Awful. So horrible.
Oh my god.
The
Oh my
worst
God, bro,
idea
like,
ever. Do
it's
it.
already been done. You're right.
Bum fights.
But it's such a good idea. You could do it twice. Buy them. If you're right. No, you're right. You could buy chainsaws with that much money. You could give them all chainsaws. Oh fuck. But I thought that was the Democrats' platform. No, these would be American citizens. They give them to the illegals. That's different. Okay, that's obviously what the difference is.
Very true.
Yeah, did you watch the video of the guy handing out swords to the homeless? Yes, exactly.
Sarcasm.
Sponsored by Steak. Yeah, you're gonna have a like. Let's say you have a like this is what we would do, right? So you got like your machete, right? And it's actually crazy that like I can draw a machete completely from fucking from memory, but I can't draw like a cat. I can definitely draw a machete. So we have right on the side of the machete. Rain bet. And then we have another one, right? Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Horrible.
This is something different. This is something else. I think this might be my best idea I've ever had.
Astonishing.
This could be it, guys. Etched in. Yeah, bro. You have like that acid thing where they do with the lasers. That's a great idea. Make the logo hydrophobic. Oh, that way the blood doesn't get it in the way. Yeah, it doesn't mess it up. And it will have like a little QR code on the back. And the QR code will send them to a crypto gambling website. That's a good idea. I like that a lot. Give some machetes and alcohol. Yeah, the bum purge. Yeah, exactly, right. And by the way, Twitch banned these sites gambling. Yeah, absolute chaos. Basically saying you can't link it, but hey, slap our logo everywhere and it's fine. Twitch out here inventing rules. Here's what happened. I'm gonna tell y'all what happened. All right, the culture has changed. Back in 2022, 2021, it was popular to virtue signal about how bad gambling was. But now you have some of the people that were virtue signaling about how bad gambling was. Now they're gambling themselves. That's the truth. That's what's going on. What do we give the homeless vets, though? Well, if they're a vet, then, I mean, you should probably just give them a gun, right? Because they know how to use guns. I feel like that's obvious, right? I mean, give them like a AR-15, something like that. Yeah, I mean, that way a little bit of nostalgia from back whenever they were in the military. Seems like it makes sense. Yeah, sure, why not? And flamethrowers, yeah, it's smart. Yeah, I mean, because they're the ones that know how to use them. Or RPG, yeah, IED kit, yeah, shotgun. It's a nice thing to do. We're trying to help them out, right? And so, yeah, basically, right now you've got gambling is now coming back on Twitch. This is happening. Meanwhile, still on Twitch, the hypocrisy of Twitch temps. Now, Mitch has been, honestly, Mitch has been getting it twisted. I've been seeing he's been spending, and you know what's crazy is that he has been farming. He's been like his viewership has been higher, his community engagement has been higher. He's been doing great gambling. This is where he's at, man. And I mean, playing an arcane mage and gambling, they're really not that much different. But you're actually seeing slots as a category growing. Like if I pull this up and I look at it myself, let me see how many people are watching slots now. Let me see. Can I pull it up? Where's it at?
Disgusting.
And where is it? Slots right there, 25,000 and 42,000. So if you put these two together, this would be at the top row of the website. It would be at the top row if you put virtual casino and slots together. There it is. And by the way, I don't view there being any difference between like crypto gambling and actual gambling. I don't think that there's like a moral difference at all. Like, I don't think there's any sort of like, oh, one's good and the other one's bad. Nah, it's bullshit, man. They're all bad or they're all good. Like, there's no, like, if you die, you go to heaven and you're like, ah, Jesus, like, I only promoted crypto. I only promoted, like, ethical gambling that was legal in the United States. Oh, okay. Well, now you get to pass, you can pass it, it's okay. Then what's the stock market? You really trying to compare playing slots to the stock market? With some, if you think that playing slots and playing the stock market are the same thing, you should not play the stock market. You should not. Do not play the stock market if you think they're the same thing. It will be a very bad time for you, okay?
True. Because here's what a lot of people don't understand this about the difference between a call, a put, a short, or a long, right? You can short, which means you believe that this thing is going to go away. And then the difference between a call or a call is, you selling it, a put is you buying it, right? Unless I have them backwards. Look the shit up. Call versus put. So, let's see. So as a call, you're buying. As a put, you're selling. So a naked call put means that you are selling this without actually having the thing. Better way to remember it, right? Long, you have the right to buy the stock. Call, you have the right to buy. You are the obligation to sell. Short call, you have the obligation to buy the stock. So short call, that is the what's it called? Was it AMC? GameStop, GME. That's what it is. So you have the hedge funds who they manipulate the shit enough already to create the conditions to cause the stock to fall, which is not illegal for some reason, but it's what they do, right? And I don't know if anyone's described it this way or even said it the way I'm saying it, but I'm gonna say it the way I understand it because it might make sense to you at that moment then. So you have these other companies that start creating the conditions. Like GameStop is a very much a place where you would buy and sell used games. What did those companies do? They moved to a fully digital realm so that way another company cannot gain any money off of them as like that buyer or reseller. So a lot of digital stuff started taking place. Now, uh, as that started happening, that ended up causing the price of this stock to go down. As this stock price went down, they were able to buy it because say they again they're buying the stock. No, there's one of those things is happening. I'm gonna stop. I need to double check this. Go look at some Wall Street dude. Call versus put. We're learning this together. I know I did it once before. It's been a minute. I like you. Wait a minute. Because what I was doing was the Series 63. I like Graham Stephan, but I don't think he has what I need. So we're going back to the top. We're going back up to the home dude. Explanation. 13 minutes.
I want to welcome you to this Options Trading for Beginners
I'm
series.
sub to him
This
as well.
video is about put options explained for beginners. If you're new to put options, don't worry, you've come to the right place. I'm going to break this down for you nice and easy. I will explain to you what are put options, how you can make a lot of money with put options, and how you can lose a lot of money with put options as well. So let's start from scratch. What is a put option? A put option is a contract between a buyer and a seller. So let's pretend that I'm the seller and you are the buyer. So in other words, I am selling the put option and you are buying the put option. Now let's choose a stock. Dave & Buster's stock, ticker symbol is PLAY, play. Dave & Buster's is currently trading at $44.96, but to make it easier, let's just say it's $45 a share. And I want to make a deal with you. What if I told you within the next month, I will give you the option to sell Dave & Buster's stock to me for $40 and I'll buy it from you. So you don't have to sell it to me, but you can if you want to. That is your option. But I'm not going to give you that option for free. If you want that option, you'll have to pay me 45 cents. And let's just say that you agree, you'll pay me 45 cents to have that option. So ultimately, you bought the Dave & Buster's $40 put option with a 1-month expiry for 45 cents. So it sounds fancy, but it's very straightforward. But you have to remember that right now, Dave & Buster's is at $45 a share. So you're not going to go buy it for 45 and then sell it to me for 40, because if you did that, then you would lose money. You would lose $5 a share, so you wouldn't do that. So the question is, how do you make money? So you want Dave & Buster's stock to crash within the next month. If Dave & Buster's stock falls to, let's just say $30 a share, then you would be so happy. Because if Dave & Buster's falls to 30 a share, then you can buy Dave & Buster's on the open market for 30.
I remember this one from a while ago. We're rewatching it.
There's been so much conversation around the GameStop
'Cause
situation
it's still
over
going
the last
on.
few weeks. I mean, even in Romania, where I live, media publications have covered what happened with this insane battle between Reddit users and giant Wall Street hedge funds. If you go on a bus, it's very likely you'll overhear people talking about it. And it's something you've never seen before. Up to just a few weeks ago, you could never even possibly fathom a bunch of regular guys in their underwear banding together and sticking it to the man at such a level. It was so insane and so oddly satisfying. Now, over over the course of this video, as we touch on financial terms and talk about the stock market, I have to make it very clear that I'm not a financial advisor, and I'm by no means an expert in the matter. I'm simply voicing my opinions on a topic that I find really fascinating. Now, if I were to put everything that happened into a single sentence, it would be that institutions that have historically manipulated the stock market for hundreds of years got a little too greedy, and when Reddit users saw a chink in their armor, they put their collective weight to work in a way that literally squeezed the hedge funds against the wall and made them lose billions of dollars in the process. Here's why and how all of this happened. To some extent, everybody knows what the stock market is. It's not really rocket science. It's where public companies share a part of their valuation, which investors can buy and sell small pieces of. And based on the supply and demand, the price of one share goes up and down in value. The idea is for people to support companies they believe in and give them money so they can grow their operations while making a profit themselves along the way. The stock market should, at least in theory, represent the epitome of meritocracy. Because if a company does well, its market cap grows. If it shows a lack of vision or fails to bring in good results, it then tanks. But by this point, I don't think anyone truly believes it's meritocracy that drives the stock market when you have billionaires and hedge funds out there manipulating the market with huge capital. I mean, if you just Google top 10 hedge funds, it's right there in plain sight. Davidson Kempner Capital Management, $33 billion in assets under management. Citadel Advisors, $29 billion. Elliott Management, $73 billion. Man Group. I mean, talk about a little creativity here. These guys literally call themselves the Man Group. They've been on the market since 1784 and they have over $117 billion in assets under management. So when you see these mammoths dominating the market for literally hundreds of years, it should at the very least put a question mark in your mind as to whether you're really on the same boat as them in terms of influencing the market. Historically speaking, if these guys have not approved of a particular company, they've had the leverage to sink its valuation all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. The way they do that is by short selling a stock. For example, Tesla is a classic example of this. In a world of internal combustion engines, where a few select companies have been running the industry for over a century, when Elon Musk sprang on the scene with his electric car, it completely turned the automobile market on its head. So what did the hedge funds do? They weren't just gonna accept some new kid on the block putting a halt to their arrangements. They started short selling Tesla stock. In other words, they bet against Tesla. Contrary to buying shares in a company, thus driving its price up, short selling is like putting a stack of bricks on the price, keeping it low, and the lower it goes, you earn more money as the company values less. The only reason it didn't work with Tesla is because no matter what you do to postpone it, you can't stop innovation. But for many other companies, short sellers often have the power to keep the stock price exactly where they want it. Now, does that sound fair to you? Because that doesn't resemble meritocracy to me. It just sounds like a bunch of billionaires sitting around with cigars in their mouths, deciding who to let in and who to keep out of their fancy exclusive club. Historically, there hasn't been much that you could do about it though, until the internet started to get a little wiser. In 2013, this guy right here, Vlad Tenev, founded a company called Robinhood. The mission of the app, much like its name indicates, was to break barriers and allow the little guy to trade, even if all they had was $20. The slogan of Robinhood was literally, let the people trade. Much like the character of Robinhood, you know, steal from the rich, give to the poor. This new platform revolutionized investing by allowing commission-free stock trading, thus bringing in a huge wave of inexperienced but eager young investors to which the stock market had been inaccessible before. And probably one of the most fascinating places on the internet to sprout as a direct result of this was the subreddit r/Wall Street Bets. Stepping into that world will plunge you into a real-life version of the Wolf of Wall Street, except 1,000 times crazier. If the regular stock market trader takes time to analyze the market, researches stocks, and invests steadily across decades of their life, responsibly planning for their retirement, the average Wall Street Bets investor has $100 and wants to turn it into $1 million. Fast. These guys have nothing to lose. They call themselves degenerates, and their catchphrase is YOLO. They don't buy stocks, but instead use high leverage tactics in hope of seeing big juicy gains overnight, which have a tendency to not pan out. Granted, there's a few success stories on the subreddit, such as user SnakePerson123 putting in $800 and making $115,000, but then there's also users like 22 Yards who is down $33,000 after betting in the wrong direction. He goes, how do I fix this? And this other guy responds with, take a green Sharpie and draw a jagged line towards the upper right hand corner of the screen. Wall Street Bets has already had a history of controversial episodes, and have often been cited on news stations as irresponsible trolls trolls with no respect for the stock market. But what happened in January took their profile to a completely new level.
So, I'm not sure if you guys heard or were paying attention to within the video, is a bet. It's still bet. You're betting against the company. The thing is, it's not like, and I will say specifically roulette. Roulette, you can kind of guesstimate based off of how it's thrown, trajectory, drag, all the other scientific nonsense, but there's still that chaos of once it bounces around, right? This, on the other hand, is the game being rigged against you by pre-existing billionaires to keep you out. So yes, this is why the stock market, and this is specifically to the calls and puts, that is gambling, but you're gonna lose because it's gambling against the casino. The regular stock market, that one's okay, but I also dislike how large hedge funds have also basically bought up all those corporations. Because mind you, you have, and they might block me, they might do something, but who knows? State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock, Blackstone, right? Because one's a subsidiary of the other. But they own each other, and also together they own around 10% of most every company. So that is already 30 to 40% that they own of a company because they also own each other, right? So it's already set against you. That's why I'm against the stock market entirely. Delete it, erase all the fake money it has created, and then let's just move to the bond market. The bond market it's a lot better because it's loans, right? So say for example, I have my own business. Uh, uh, I do have my own business. We do solar panel cleaning, Freedom Solar Cleaning Services Limited. We also do leaf, gutter, and all that good stuff. Hit me up. If not, fine. Colorado only. But what was I going to say? I could expand my business by taking out a loan, but instead of going to the bank for a loan and then paying back the bank, I can go to the bond market. And then the bond market is open to everyone. Every single person can gain access to this. So I take my loan over there. I'm like, hey, I need $100,000 to increase operations because I have X amount of business and I have this much more business available to me that needs to be filled. So I need equipment and to hire people and to do stuff. And then I will pay you back with interest at, a set period of time. Now, if I would like to, I could call it ahead of schedule, because that is a callable bond. I like bonds. That's how you know this. But that bond, say I have all the money, right? I could pay you back early and then you would get less interest. Or it could be an uncallable bond, so that way it's the deal is as set. I borrow the 100,000, I pay you back 5%, and then there you go. Right? And it has to be the full 5%. I can't pay it off ahead of schedule or anything like that. So the bond market is better than the stock market because the stock market has too much manipulation that can go on. There can still happen manipulation in the bond market, mind you, right? Because you can have people who actually interfere with that individual business's operations, which is probably what was used to create the idea of the stock market. Because it's like, oh, this one person couldn't do it, so therefore we should be able to purchase part of the business to run it better. Fuck you. But the Colorado Wealth Fund is going to be made of 20% on the stock market and the large indexes, and the 80% will be in bonds in the state of Colorado.
So we've talked about the hedge funds, about Robinhood and the rise of Wall Street bets, but the way they all come together is through GameStop. I know a lot of viewers on this channel don't live in the United States, so there's a big chance you're not familiar with GameStop. But in America, for every kid born in the late 80s, early 90s,
I love GameStop.
was a big part of their childhood. It was the biggest brick and mortar video game retailer, eventually spreading even across Canada, Australia, and Europe. But just like Netflix killed Blockbuster, online video game purchases made GameStop pretty irrelevant. And seeing how the GameStop business model was losing popularity, the Wall Street hedge funds, like the vultures that they are, started heavily short-selling GameStop on the stock market. So one day, a Reddit user on Wall Street Bets by the name of Senior Hedgehog pointed out how 84% of shares were short, meaning there was 5 times more power driving the stock down than there were people organically supporting the company. And mind you, this was posted in April of 2020. By January of 2021, the short interest percentage was over 140%, which means more shares were being shorted than there were actual shares in circulation. This was a paradox that showed how greedy the hedge funds had become. And by being greedy, they had become vulnerable. And this time, Reddit was ready to teach them a lesson. When you short a stock, what that means essentially is that you lend someone else one share at the current price, let's say $10, and when the price goes down, let's say to $7, you buy it right back, keeping the $3 difference as profit. But the risk here is that once you've lent out the share, if the stock goes up to say $15, not only do you not make any profit, but you now have to pay the $5 difference. And again, 140% of GameStop shares were being lent out, which is about 90 million shares. So Reddit users coordinated to go on the Robinhood app and collectively bought GameStop stock at insane volumes, driving the price from around $19 at the start of January to a whopping $480 at the highest peak. This is called a short squeeze, and it's not an uncommon tactic on Wall Street, but never before has it been put into practice by regular people coming together on the internet. The hedge funds got a mouthful of their own medicine, and it was bitter. The 90 million shares they had lent out at $5 to $10 now had to be bought back at 50 to 100 times the original price. According to Fortune.com, by January the 29th, the losses had risen to $19.75 billion. Hedge funds had to be bailed out so as to not go bankrupt. Investment bank Goldman Sachs warned that the entire stock market could crash if Reddit users didn't sell their shares in order to drive the stock price back to its original spot. And as all of this madness was unfolding, the biggest promoter of giving power to the people, Robinhood, decided to restrict users from buying more GameStop stock while still allowing them to sell their current shares, thus showing a clear bias in favor of the big institutions. Now, of course, liquidity played a big role in this decision, Robinhood themselves requiring a cash injection of $2.4 billion to stay in business, but to Reddit, this gesture was seen as the ultimate betrayal. The brand of Robinhood was expected to stand exactly for what Wall Street Bets had managed to accomplish, stealing from the rich and empowering the little guy. Instead, the app was seemingly siding with the hedge funds, and so Vlad Tenev instantly became a villain in the eyes of the people. A lot of people even started wondering if Robinhood didn't shut down trading at the behest of the Wall Street big suits. There's currently lawsuits being thrown about, in my opinion, with high chances of doing serious damage to Robinhood, and Vlad Tenev himself is set to testify before a US House committee on the 18th of February. In fact, by the time you're watching this, that may have already happened. As of me working on this video, there's more confusion than we have any clear answers. One thing we know is that GameStop stock seems to have returned back down close to its original price, but what happened here is certainly set to change the course of the global financial world. Once regular people realized that together they wield a considerable amount of power against these billion-dollar institutions, that's a genie that you can never shove back in the bottle. It's a fascinating story that I'm sure people will revisit for years to come, and it's very likely that things will never be the same after this. In what way exactly? I guess we'll have to wait and see. But let me know in the comments what your thoughts are on this entire debacle.
Mind you, it's still happening. It's still being short squozed. Let's actually take a look at this one right now. GME. GME. It's very, very complex and complicated. Ooh, they weren't kidding. It was that wasn't even too long ago. Dang, look at that. The volume of it. This is the current volume. Bid ask. How many? Okay, here's the question I should ask. How many shares of GME are there? $59 million shares. So they may have been purchased back into the company. Okay, so we should probably be on the lookout for something like that. But even still, the fact that things like this can happen is terrible. Jimmy! I mean, I got no friends, no guild. I ain't even got no game.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you. There are two types of MMO players. People who play only because their friends are playing, and the solo player. This is quite a divisive topic, but having recently jumped into old school RuneScape with the challenge of trying to complete every quest blind, through the rules of the challenge, I of course have to take a very solo, single player oriented approach as to avoid any sort of help or spoilers, and I've brought up some discussion on my channel about solo play in MMOs, whether that be people who are simply curious as to how I can enjoy such a social genre of game solo, or even as far as people saying I'm playing it incorrectly. So today I'd like to tackle the subject of solo play in the MMORPG genre, because I'm certainly not the only one. So the MMORPG is a very social genre of game, one of the most social possible in the sense that much of the content in the game you can't even access solo. You have this PvP mode, which requires a full team. The high-end raiding requires not only other people, but also direct communication in order to overcome the challenges. Or maybe to make this weapon, you need a crafting reagent from another class, and the list goes on and on. It is true that the
A
entire
kneeling
genre
chair
and its
is what
systems
I'm in.
are largely designed with the thought in mind that they're to be experienced on a multiplayer basis, and it's been one of its biggest selling points, perhaps the entire reason to play them. Taking an objective look at it, the general gameplay of the MMO is very grindy and tedious, but because of the simple fact that it's multiplayer, everything is amplified and made to be more appealing. I've always said that with World of Warcraft's worldwide adoption in the 2000s, it became one of the very first forms of social media. A lot of people don't think of it like that, but I think it's true.
It was.
You have these online communities, you have these cliques that form, drama that happens, these fads that start, guilds, social hierarchies, and you can always shitpost about politics with random strangers on the internet,
Yes.
and
And now we
threaten
can
to
do
kill
that
them
face
if
to
they
face.
disagree with you. So it has all of the ingredients, because again, it is a very social game. But yet, even still, the game is filled with players who are guildless, their friends list is empty, and their only chat message is a typo that they didn't mean to send. So the question is, why? What is the appeal of playing this very social genre of game, but yet still interacting with very little to none of its players? Well, as it turns out, there are many reasons, starting in no particular order with the fact that a lot of it just comes down to having the option, and even if you choose to not interact with other players, their existence still adds value to your gameplay. And I think the best way to explain this is with a question. What's more appealing to you to play? An MMO world populated with other people of different classes, skill sets, abilities, and interests from across the world,
I'm taking my
or
pants
the
off.
same MMO on a private server where it's just you and only you. In a vacuum, for someone
Mind
who doesn't
you,
really interact with anyone else,
I'm
the
wearing
answer is,
pants under my
well, it doesn't really
pants.
matter, because, well, what's the difference if you're not going to interact with anyone? But yet still, for most people, this first option is much more
See?
appealing.
Pants
So why
under
is
my
that?
pants.
Well, it's because even if you don't interact with people, having the option to, and just having them in your world, adds value to your gameplay experience. MMORPGs are massively multi.
I am wearing wool base layer. $250 shirt, $320 alpaca leggings. It's very comfortable
player.
for the
And
cold, especially.
they're also RPGs.
I like
A
linen
genre
more.
of game which is built upon many pillars, one of the most major being character progression. And while in single-player RPGs, it can be quite rewarding to watch the story unfold and to see your character grow in power. One of the core pillars of the MMO RPG is that all of this progression is relative. This is especially true in the more theme park-oriented games, but your gear set is only as powerful as everyone else's on your server. Your mount is only rare.
I have it. Here's how my video game is going to function. Because I like doing a lot of things, so I want to make sure I have these down somewhere as well while I'm doing the thing that I'm doing. Bosses will only drop crafting items. Now you won't have to farm, that boss too often, right? Like they will drop enough to make one blade. But then you need to take it to someone, and then someone needs to make that blade for you. Or you can make it yourself, or someone in your party can make it. Same thing with like recipes. So recipe plus the ore will drop. Because it's like, oh, I have the recipe plus I have the requisite stuff to make the thing. So I'm gonna make it. Oh, I'm being attacked. Put it down, and then fight. That's the idea that I have in my head when it comes to say a recipe plus the stuff needed to make that recipe drop. Now, once you have the recipe, you can then go out and farm the stuff. So this way, bosses act as a storytelling aspect plus, gear getting thing, right? But then, and I'm gonna make these the kinds of things that are kind of difficult to farm. Not difficult as in you have to farm for a very long time or you have to fight a thing that's got a low drop rate. No, I'm talking something that's a challenge to you as the player to complete. Like the Mage Tower. You have to get something from the Mage Tower to then be able to craft the sword if you've not fought the boss. Because the boss drops the thing that you need, which you can also get from your Mage Tower. So we're getting a Mage Tower. And you can also level up equipment. This way you can truly fit to your own aesthetic and then just, hey, the weapon can level with you, but you won't level all that much as you'll get more skills and abilities and points into those skills and abilities. I have a whole idea for its talent system. It's going to be hopefully sick.
Because it's relatively rare on your server within your community, and the same can be said with everything, whether that be levels, PvP rank, raid progression, achievement point systems, collections, and so on. And even if you don't interact with them, having the option to is still valuable and comforting. It just kind of taps into the core social nature that we have as humans. A lot of games have recognized this at this point, and they've implemented these seemingly pointless lobby-based hubs into their games. The game itself might rely on primarily a solo, or at most a limited few-player co-op experience, but yet still you have these areas and hubs where you can see strangers doing their own thing. You can't really interact with them directly, which leads many to the question of, well, what's the point of this? Well, the point is to tap into this fundamental social part of ourselves that lies within every person, and maybe a little sprinkle of the bandwagon appeal where we assign value to a thing based on other people doing that same thing. But getting back to MMOs here, again, emphasizing this shared experience even if you don't directly interact with someone. Although it is true that the genre has become less social over the years, and we'll talk about that more later, it has been one of the major draws of the genre from the beginning, is that you are in this shared online world, and things that you do affect other players, and things that other players do affect you. That's an appealing trait. It's a much more dynamic and changing environment that's impossible to find in your conventional single-player RPG or on a private server of your favorite MMO. So point number one is that even if you're not directly interacting with other players, their presence has value and impact on your personal experience, which leads us into perhaps an obvious but still important point: dynamic experience and change. MMOs are still largely unique in the sense that, barring some sort of catastrophic scenario forcing a shutdown, they're RPGs without end. Think of your favorite RPG ever made. The story's perfect, characters are perfect, gameplay, minigames, world, everything from start to finish in every corner is what the kids these days would say is cinema, except for one thing: the fact that it ends. And eventually you see all that there is to see. And while some players love them so much that the first thing they do after finishing it is to start a new file, or perhaps speedrunning it, for most of the player base, it's the end of the road, which brings us to, again, another core pillar of the MMO, is that it's, of course, continuously updated. The finish line is perpetually dangled in front of you like a carrot on a stick. Content in all corners of the game is...
So here's my solution to that as well. There will be the mainline story. I should probably draw it. That is a terrible, terrible arrow. So we're going to delete that. Go to you, and then we're going to do this, right? So there is the arrow, right? This, because we're going this way, we're also going to have a bunch of side stories that go this way, or this way, or this way, right? There'll be plenty of these stories, so much to fill up so much time, and all of these will also be their own epic journeys in and of themselves. This way we have more time and plenty of dungeons and raids and stuff to be conquered. Towers.
Constantly added.
Combat will be the point of my game.
Player, whether that be the high-end raiders or PvPers or skillers, farmers, or questers. And with the genre being as old as it is now, another thing that's important to consider is that not only as the game changes, it's also the players. So a lot of the times it's simply a case of people finding that they like, and while they used to be more social,
it's just a circle of roofs.
So. It's pretty common as people age and they establish their friends groups and so on, that they become less social in general. But yet still, over the course of years or decades, the game itself has become this sort of comfort activity for them. It's a relatively consistent part of...
I would do this other thing as well, where you are going to be teamed up, or your server will have people from your state, from your city. Now, if you go to like a different capital, then you'll see people from within your state. But you know, that's kind of the main way it's going to go.
Their routine that they can immerse themselves into and enjoy this familiar
I heart
world,
myself.
yet still with new, unfamiliar things being developed into them every day. And that's where their focus and comfort lies. It's more in the gameplay and the world rather than the individual people who inhabit it. Although, again, they're still important. Speaking of comfort, social interaction is rewarding and as fun as it might be, it can also be draining. One of the many reasons why people can become less social as they age is that friendships and relationships do take a certain amount of commitment. If you fail to maintain them, they can eventually fade. And as the player base gets older and more responsibilities are being piled into our laps, the idea of making new friends can become less appealing. In the context of the MMO, in terms of the higher end stuff like raiding, this means being available at certain hours of the day, on certain days of the week, and not only that, but also to perform well in your role so you're not dragging your team down, which is even more time of studying your class, rotations, boss mechanics, PvP matchups, And that's all fine if that's naturally appealing to you and that's what you want out of your experience. But what's undeniable is that it's a commitment, which means reduced freedom. So you can also see the flip side and understand just why a player might feel less social in that way. It's just nice sometimes to turn your brain off and dive into this comforting, familiar world with the option to interact with other people if you wish. However, with no obligations to do so other than your pure free will. Again, kind of getting back into the idea of getting value from the shared world, even if you don't directly interact with the people in it, while at the same time having the freedom to play as long as you want, as little as you want, as intensely as you want, or as casually as you want. Next, we have Occam's razor. The most simple solution is usually the culprit, and some people are just introverted, which is fine. I don't think it's quite elite to say that gaming can draw a rather introverted crowd. It's a hobby that you can learn by yourself at a base level that doesn't really require any type of social commitment. And MMOs are very appealing to introverts because they're a very casual way of getting some form of social interaction. It's a genre that can attract a lot of introverted people, and the thing about introverts is that sometimes, well, a lot of the times, they just want to do their own.
While I can understand that, I still, as governor, wish to rebuild Colorado so we have the third places so we can interact in person once again. Now, of course, the militia, who you and I will be, is also going to be responsible for well, keeping everything safe.
Thing, which again is fine, and I'm speaking as an introvert here. Sometimes they'll engage with others if they want, but a lot of the times they're just grinding XP with Netflix and the other monitor, or listening to some monotone fuck who's obsessed with MMOs. And next, we also have the fact that the genre today is just made to be more single player oriented. So this particular subject itself is its own whole thing that's probably video worthy. We'll just get into it a little bit here, but it's undeniable that the MMO today, compared to its formative years, is a far less social experience. Just using World of Warcraft here for an example, since that's what most everyone is familiar with. You, of course, have things like dungeon finders, raid finders, group quests being phased out, mob tag sharing, trade skills interacting through work orders instead of direct trades and communication, and even things such as AI teammates. And this is the source of a lot of frustration for some people.
I dislike that.
I mentioned earlier, this is quite a divisive topic, and this is one of the main reasons is that developers a lot of the times can cater to these solo players in destructive ways. Instead of providing ample solo experiences, sometimes they take what were once cornerstone features of the social nature of the game and mold and transform them to be more accessible for the solo player
Oh,
at the
is it
cost
jumping?
of the game's social atmosphere.
He's
And
leveling up a
while all of
skill.
that
That's
is
what's happening. I
understandable,
was like, why is he
I
running
think that
around
the
in
frustration is
circles?
ultimately misplaced. You know, it's the developer's job to understand the genre like the back of their penis, and because it's a multiplayer game, that any small change they make can have this huge butterfly effect. There's a very tricky and special balance and understanding not only of the genre of the game that you're working on, but also the ever changing player base who plays it. It's far from an easy job, but you know, that's what they're paid to do. And even then, a lot of it is out of their control due to things such as the previously mentioned aging, less social player base, or things like everything surrounding the game stifling its social atmosphere. I think that people can tend to get tunnel visioned on the game itself and its design, and sort of neglect the fact that everything surrounding the game has also changed. I mentioned earlier that World of Warcraft was one of the first forms of social media back in 2004. Yeah, back in 2004, which was still when the genre was largely undiscovered.
21
And
years ago.
over the course of the past 20 years, the player base has become increasingly more and more familiar with the genre itself as well as each specific game. They're more skilled, they're more knowledgeable. Third-party database websites and social media platforms have full guides of new features and class rotations and optimized play before they're even released. So one of the reasons why there are so many solo
I know I
players
said
today
there, but that is very true
because the world outside of the game
thing.
has removed reasons for it to be social. sort of sucked them out like a vampire. For every person who finds an optimal class rotation on YouTube, that's one less person asking in general chat how to increase their DPS, which removes a critical opportunity for social interaction. For every person that's chatting in a class Discord, that's one less person chatting in the game. So again, if we're trying to pin blame on people and on these solo players for having a negative effect on the social atmosphere of the game, you can see it's a very complicated situation with many things to consider. So it just doesn't feel all that fair to point the finger at the boomer who just wanted to log in, turn their brain off, and farm some mud crabs outside of Relica after a long day of work, while he watches his kids and tries to keep them from swallowing Legos and painting the dog so his wife doesn't divorce him. But all this being said, solo players are still a core and integral part of the MMORPG genre due to the simple fact that they exist. Them playing and being in the world and being a part of it adds value to everyone's experience, even other solo players, and even if they never speak a single word or interact with one another. I myself have been on both sides of the fence. At the very start, I mentioned the two types of players, the soloer and the person who only plays when they have friends on. And at first I was really introverted until eventually I made friends and I joined a guild, at which point I was on the opposite end of the spectrum and I would really only play when my friends were playing. Oh. And now today, I would say I'm kind of leaning more towards into solo play, as MMOs are definitely a comfort activity for me. I do think that both types of players are uniquely important to the genre in their own way, and I hope that this video helps the more social players.
Here's something that's happening with my game, though. It's going to be only for a set 10 expansions. It's starting off as a novel, then it'll become an animation, then it'll become the MMO, and then it'll last for a total of 10 years.
See the different side of things, and hopefully for the more solo-oriented players, maybe this helped you articulate the reasons why you play this way if you didn't really think about it as autistically as I have. But let me know what you think. I like making these MMO videos because they always spark interesting discussions in the comments. Let me know if you have anything to add or if I missed anything. But whatever the case may be, I hope that you did find the video helpful. Like it if you liked it, because I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
I did like it. Ego soup. I'm not subscribed to this guy, so let's see.
The video game industry has been growing exponentially nearly every single year for 40 years straight.
True.
Well, it was until 2022 when everything began to crash and burn.
Ah, yes. The stock market.
Just today, as of recording, Ubisoft gained $720,000 in value, which would be amazing if they didn't lose $11 billion in value in just the last few years. To give you a visual demonstration of what that looks like, if this star is how much money they gained, this black hole is how much money they've lost. Except I lied. The black hole is 80 times larger than the star, while the money hole should be 15,000 times larger. 4 decades of hiring hidden talent and publishing landmark titles, only to plummet in both quality and reputation in only 4 years.
They went woke.
It's not just Ubisoft.
And went broke.
Gaming as a whole is collapsing in on itself. Over the past few years, growth didn't just slow down, video games have actually been shrinking more and more, leading to worldwide higher-ups cutting funding by almost 80%. How does this happen? How can global...
It's the same as like the housing bubble or any the .com bubble. It's just what this is. There's just more bubbles created, which happens from oversaturation. It's easy to understand.
Studios go from multi-billion-dollar industry
At least I think
Goliaths
it is.
to laughable industry punching bags in so short a time. How can 40 years of dominance be erased in 3? It's too fast a drop to be explained by one
Overvaluing
single
stuff.
cause, so maybe we should ask a different question. What happens when an industry whose success is designed around rampantly growing the number of users every year maxes out on how many new people they can grab? When you've dug hole after hole of pure gold for 40 years, but suddenly there's no more space to dig. Today we're exploring the dramatic implosion of gaming studios around the world and how that may trickle down to even your favorite indie titles. How decades of growth created an impossible bubble where anything other than the line shooting up means record-breaking layoffs every year. And how a small studio might hope to break through in their own way
The stock
amidst
market!
sweeping changes and catastrophic economic conditions far outside their control. I know I set up a lot here, and I promise we'll get to it all, but video game struggling means my wallet is also struggling, so let me fulfill this contractual obligation. And thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring this part of the video. Last time I talked about their everyday earbuds, I mentioned the active noise cancellation and Snug Ear Fit being great for when I use this treadmill I found on the street, but now that I'm putting it back on the street, they're great for lugging it down 4 flights of stairs too. My neighbors might hear each and every clang on the steps, but with Raycon, I am at peace. And if I really wanted to hear their yelling, I could click on awareness mode too, but that's if I wanted to. I'm rocking the rose gold with the Galaxy case here, but if you want more colors, the Everyday Earbuds Classic is back for the back to school season with a whole bunch more. It's my favorite time of the year because I can choose to
I need to
relive my
switch
middle
out of
school days
these wireless.
and really
I'm wearing Skull Candies. I need to. These are the Skull Candy Crushers, right? I need to get out of these. Not that I have issue with Skull Candy, but that I have an issue with Bluetooth and the radiation that's, imparting my brain. So do not give these to kids. Give them actual. I would recommend Skull Candy, like just the tethered earbuds still, like athletes still wear.
forget them. Raycon's 32-hour battery life with the case and quick charge function with 10 minutes of charge
'Cause
granting
they know.
90 minutes of playtime is perfect to ensure I'm stuck with my thoughts for as little time as possible. And their multi-point connectivity means I can pair it with both my normal phone and my toilet phone at once. Check out buyraycon.com/eggsoup to get 20% off site-wide. And if you don't like them, there's a 30-day return guarantee. Easy to pair, 33-foot range if you're European, that's a 10-meter range. Buyraycon.com/eggsoup. Thank you again to Raycon for sponsoring this part of the video. Remember that question about the well and digging hole after hole until there's no more space left?
Ugh, my phone. Whom's a be it?
Dig? If you answered to cannibalize yourself, digging as deep as you possibly can back into the very same well, charging all of your existing players more and more again and again, congratulations are in order, you might be in line for an executive position. This why studios are pushing for more and more monetization is the leading question to ask throughout this whole video, and hopefully by the end we'll reach an answer together that's infinitely more satisfying than just saying they want more money, because of course they want more money. We'll be returning to this question again at the very end. It's actually my favorite part of the video. If you only watch one part, I'd want you to watch that, because I know it's a winding road to get there, but you clicked on an hour-long video essay about video games, so you knew what you were getting into.
Truth, we did.
Get defensive. When it
We're in
comes
here.
to greed, players are very quick to point at Ubisoft as one of the key contributors in the downfall of the modern gaming industry. Much like EA, Ubisoft is a name so tarnished it's become automatic taboo. But it wasn't always that way. In fact, they were celebrated as trailblazers in the industry alongside other renowned companies at the time like Blizzard and Bethesda, which is also funny now. I do want to say, I'm not trying to celebrate this downfall. Going from a $12 billion company in 2021 to a $1 billion company in 2025 is a staggering decline, and it means people far outside of the decision-making seats lose their jobs. Not to mention how the deterioration of a studio once on top of the world means a deterioration of things many of us hold dear. So I'm talking about this as an examination of the rapidly changing times we live in. Ubisoft's tale is one of stellar developers racing against lofty corporate objectives, and while it seems simple on the surface, the greater story goes far beyond this one company. Founded in 1984 as Guillemot Informatique, and rebranding 2 years later to Ubisoft, the French company acted primarily as a video game distributor throughout the 80s, focusing mainly on small projects and local licenses. They were definitely not known for making hit titles. Things really picked up for Ubisoft when they took a chance on hiring a very young developer named Michel Ancel, who catapulted the company into global recognition with his flagship franchise Rayman in 1995. Keep this in the back of your mind. They
And
took a
since
risk,
then,
and
Rayman
the
has
company
vanished.
thrived. With both critical acclaim and critical success now in their belt, Ubisoft expanded rapidly, opening dev studios in Montreal, Shanghai, and Germany. And this brand of rapid expansion was just a taste of what was to come. Each decade, Ubisoft seemed to reinvent themselves and continue pushing the envelope of the gaming industry. The early 2000s marked their next reinvention, acquiring the rights to Tom Clancy in 2000 and releasing Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell in 2002, an action stealth game frequently cited on lists containing the best video games, and followed up with sequels in 2004, 2005, 2006, 2010, and 2013. 1 year after Splinter Cell, Ubisoft released the 2003 E3 Game of the Year, Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, with sequels in 2004, 2005, and 2010. 2003
I've played
also
one of
marked
them.
the year of Michel Ancel's next project, Beyond
It's
Good
pretty
and
good.
Evil, with a sequel in... actually, we'll get to that one. 2004, Far Cry 1, and 2007, their biggest hit yet, Assassin's Creed. A game so enticing, so different from anything out at the time, and Assassin's Creed 2, just a couple years later, took everything that made the original great and did it better. Better story, better characters, better gameplay. Ezio achieved a feat essentially no other protagonist in the early 2000s ever could. He was actually cool. 2009 also marked the release of the major commercial success Just Dance, Ubisoft's foray into a completely different audience. This diversification only served to grow the company further, with follow-ups of course in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, and every subsequent year up to 2025, and if we're lucky, likely beyond. This was Ubisoft's franchise foundation era. It's where they dug their heels in and created the IPs that would carry them over the next couple phases. And following up on the staggering success of Assassin's Creed, the 2010s would be yet another decade where the company would transform. This decade would be the peak of Ubisoft. Michel Ancel returned to direct Rayman Origins in 2011 and Rayman Legends in 2013, critically acclaimed platformers far surpassing the original, with Legends specifically lauded by many as one of the best platformers of all time. Far Cry 3 in 2012, often considered Ubisoft's greatest game ever, blew the door down for the rest of their open world games to walk through. Assassin's Creed Black Flag in 2013, Watch Dogs in 2014, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege in 2015, and The Division in 2016, which was the fastest selling new IP ever at the time. However, while it was their highest peak yet, the golden seeds Ubisoft planted with Far Cry and Assassin's Creed in the early 2010s would be the catalysts for their eventual downfall. It was clear open world domination had become the company's new MO in this new era, but this is also where the cracks started to form. Far Cry 4, while good, did not provide the same sequel caliber upgrade as Assassin's Creed 2 did compared to Assassin's Creed 1. Watch Dogs was riddled with game-breaking bugs, and The Division, despite that incredible launch, failed to fully live up to its massive open-world scope. While the 2010s marked Ubisoft's greatest expansion and largest profits yet, it was also the era where the rapid release fatigue started to slowly reach not just the players, but the developers too. It wasn't understood by the general public at the time, but behind the scenes crunch, delayed releases, and diminishing returns with each and every sequel revealed a long-term...
Because again, for stock reasons, their fiduciary responsibility is to maximize the profits for the shareholders. So any profit that is made from the game is prioritized to the shareholders, mainly those hedge funds. Then it can be reinvested into the company thereafter. So the stock market is still to blame.
unsustainability with their publishing model. A publishing model, mind you, that nearly every big studio was also using at the time. At some point, the line can't keep going up at the same pace, but when all of their systems require it to keep functioning, something is going to give. It would work incredibly for now, but in 5, 10 years, maybe not. Make no mistake, Ubisoft was bigger than ever, but the once indomitable giant began to have its reputation slip. Amidst all of these problems taking place in the offices themselves, the company at this point clearly had grown to a point where the desires and wills of the few far outweighed the desires and the wills of the many. And the company saw the writing on the wall, recognizing that if game sales numbers weren't going to exponentially increase to match the exponential growth of the company, something else would have to in its stead. And not long after, they began formally introducing in-game sales, kicking off the modern live service era of Ubisoft as we know it. Microtransaction-riddled multiplayer experiences, online-only requirements for
I'm
single-player
disgusted
games,
by this.
and an ever-creeping increase in grindiness to incentivize time-saving purchases from their fanbase, the definition of a Ubisoft game began to change. What was once a compliment of high esteem referring to a quality industry-shaking release now meant the same thing you've been seeing for the past 5 years, but somehow more hollow. Just Dance was just the beginning. While follow-ups like Assassin's Creed Origins in 2017 and Assassin's Creed Odyssey in 2018 sought to dramatically expand the scope of the franchise, their receptions were mixed, with a common critique citing not only their numerous bugs and unfinished features, but how somehow this was still the same game 10 years later. Not only that, this once beloved action-adventure series now had microtransactions galore. Ubisoft started deliberately slowing the game down just enough so that a subsection of their players would get frustrated and open their wallets to spend even more on a time-saving resource pack. A strategy so blatant, most players were understandably frustrated and felt disrespected. This company clearly just saw them as money bags. Sure, the quality of the game might have suffered, but it worked. Line must go up, so they'll find a way to make it go up. New year, new release, and if sales aren't improving, crunch the devs, charge players more, cut risky titles, halt investments in smaller devs. The line must go up. Because if it starts to waver, the investors start to get scared. And you can't have the investors scared because all of the executive jobs justify their own existence by justifying their existence. Far Cry Primal, copy and pasting the map from Far Cry 4 likely to meet release demands. The Division 2 failing to reach audience and sales expectations and increasing the push for in-game purchases. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Breakpoint, with 2 paid currencies, and so much backlash before full release that Ubisoft had to pull their time savers grind skipping microtransaction entirely. And keep in mind, these are all for games you already paid for. Some of the audience would say it's not that much, it's optional, it's not a big deal, but unfortunately, this was only the beginning. Assassin's Creed Valhalla in 2022 had much the same buggy release issues as its predecessor, and while they ditched the controversial XP gain booster, paying to bypass an intentional grind was alive and well, with unique armor, weapons, silver, and resources to progress faster. Beyond Good and Evil 2, announced in 2008 and re-announced in 2017, has still yet to come out, with Michel Ancel retiring from Ubisoft in 2020 to focus on his passion for wildlife and animals. His other title, Wild, was also cancelled last year. With their star visionary rightfully earning a happy retirement, Ubisoft's future banked on their established franchises. But those very established franchises were slipping in the public eye. The 2020s rapidly became a free-fall for the company. Hyperscape, a promising neo-futuristic battle royale, attempted a Twitch streamer-fueled release campaign, but according to The Verge, dropped to, quote, abysmal viewership just 1 day after release. Launched in July 2020, the game shut down just 2 years later. Franchise sequels like Watch Dogs Legion, the aforementioned Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Far Cry 6, Rainbow Six Extraction, Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope, Assassin's Creed Mirage, and Prince of Persia The Lost Crown all failed to meet expectations from the fans, or failed to meet sales numbers in the rare cases of favorable reviews. All the while, the stock price continued to drop further and further as the 2020s went on. Their original releases too were plagued by the Ubisoft type game moniker, as Avatar
Ooh,
Frontiers
the
of
Gucci
Pandora
game.
sold decently well and was praised for its beautiful world, but criticized for essentially the same things that people had been criticizing every other Ubisoft game for. Yes, it was cool, but its repetitive gameplay loop basically made it Far Cry Blue.0. XDefiant, a free-to-play FPS game, launched in 2024 with a record 1 million players within 2.5 hours, but failed to keep those players around for its subsequent updates. Like Hyperscape, XDefiant shut down its servers entirely and is no longer available to play as of a couple months ago. Skull and Bones, which came out just a few months before XDefiant, boasted a $70 price tag and was advertised as the world's premier quadruple A game, and then fell flat in the market, of course, alongside its in-game store, battle pass, seasonal events, and premium currency. The nail in the coffin for Ubisoft's late 2010s, early 2020s live service era was Star Wars Outlaws, a game whose team consisted of around 600 developers and overwhelmingly failed to reach its sales targets. Despite the powerful Star Wars brand name, the $70 price tag paired with $110 and $130 pre-order editions alongside less than enthusiastic early reviews dragged the game and Ubisoft's image down even further. Outlaws wasn't terrible, but a 6 to 7ish out of 10 game in the modern era, especially with the global economic state, is not enough to turn the ship around. Following Star Wars Outlaws' release, Ubisoft's stock, which had recovered slightly from its dramatic decline in 2021 to 2024 with an outperforming Q1, suddenly dropped to record lows with a 10% hit in less than 2 days. That was a catastrophic loss. And while we now understand the game alone wasn't responsible for Ubisoft's staggering loss in valuation, a new breach in the hull of a sinking ship is gonna do a whole lot of damage. The numbers tell you it was $12 billion built up over 40 years, only to crumble in 4. But looking at the releases, this decline was in motion perhaps as far back as 2013. Modern-day Ubisoft appears to be stuck in a rut left behind by their money-printing past. Assassin's Creed's newest entry, Shadows, released in March of this year, cited by many as the best in the series in over a decade, and reaching the highest player count on Steam the series had ever seen. And according to Ubisoft's mid-2025 financial results that came out last month as of making this video, the
Shadows
game
with
did
Yosuke
perform
is
in line
lied.
with expectations, although they stated they won't disclose the number of units sold. But even assuming Shadows had highly favorable results, Ubisoft remains as much in the hole as they've ever been. And it
Good.
seems the
Fuck 'em.
days of an Assassin's Creed or a Far Cry release catapulting the company into the stratosphere are long gone. Their future release schedule doesn't inspire much enthusiasm either. Assassin's Creed Jade, a mobile game, The Division 3, Assassin's Creed Codename Hex, Assassin's Creed Codename Invictus, a remake of Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, a remake of Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, franchises established in the early 2000s, given the imposing, nigh impossible task of keeping the company afloat. Microtransactions aplenty to siphon as much as possible from their remaining player base and report positively to the shareholders, no doubt. For what it's worth, after what became a much more lengthy retrospective than I anticipated, I genuinely do not have any ill will towards any developer working at the company. I think that would be crazy. Nor do I truly believe they initially set out to vampirically feed on the most diehard subsection of their fans. Ubisoft seems to be an all too familiar tale of success leading to rapid growth, and that rapid growth granting the chance to push profits even further if they doubled down. So they chose to double down and then quadruple down, expand, 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 and now it's a multi-billion-dollar company, but all of these decisions have ballooned their expenses to the point where any slowing down would cause a systematic implosion from the top down. They've dipped into the well of shareholder interest over player satisfaction too many times to go back. And now the company seems like a house of cards held up by Assassin's Creeds and Far Cries and their
Yes.
Tom Clancy IP. A house of cards, mind you, where somehow the top layer is all Benjamins. All the while, ex-Ubisoft developers are proving it's not about their own incompetency, it's clearly a larger company issue as they've released some of the biggest hits of the past couple years, Stray and most recently, Expedition 33. What's sobering, however, is I could have replaced Ubisoft with what seems to be an endlessly growing list of companies, and the
Activision,
conclusion
Blizzard.
would be basically the same. Tracking the aforementioned Blizzard,
All them other ones,
EA,
Bethesda, yeah.
Activision, Take-Two,
Oh,
would
yeah.
tell an almost
CD Projekt Red, what's happening to them now?
developing and or publishing landmark titles, hiring legendary developers that create an iconic franchise, and then pushing out game after game after game after game until every game is the same as last year and everything becomes riddled with Skinner box monetization strategies. Gaming has changed. The stakes are more global than ever, and the commodification of attention is more a focus than ever. I mean, look where we are right now. YouTube, that's what we're all about here. So let's zoom out for a second and examine what is going on economically to answer why all of this is going down, and why all of this is going down now, specifically. Because it's much bigger than you may think. I'll be citing Matthew Ball's The State of Video Gaming presentation and the Game Developers Conference State of the Game Industry 2025 report for much of this section. I'm certainly no expert, so the credit for researching the statistics goes to the original authors. Apologies if I misinterpret any data. In the decade between 2011 and 2021, the video game industry absolutely exploded. It beat external expectations, it beat internal expectations, and its spending significantly
I had to get up
beat
because
global
I can't
growth
sit in this
benchmarks like the
chair
world's
for all
real
that long.
GDP by 3.3x. Basically, they were on top of the world, with media outlets reporting video games decimating the traditional media giants of film, TV, Broadway, books, and even music. But between 2022 and 2024, not only did the gaming industry as a whole fall short of expectations, it flattened out entirely, with billions of hours of playtime and billions of dollars of spending less than anticipated. And this is even accounting for a drop-off post-Pandoozy now that people could leave their homes. Fast forward to today, and the industry is shrinking
using a
despite
towel,
increasing
maybe this will
spending
help.
on books, music, and digital video. All of those are doing better, but gaming for some reason is doing worse. Seeing these trends, venture capitalist investments and or publisher funding dropped dramatically, and many studios now can't find the funding necessary to finish and release their games. That goes especially for smaller studios under a larger umbrella, many of which have been shut down entirely well into their development cycle.
Maybe better?
So what is happening? In short, innovation seen in the last couple decades from sources like mobile gaming, free-to-play models, battle royales, battle passes, live services, cross-platform experiences, user-generated content, and proliferous social features grabbed millions and millions of new players and increased playtime and spending by billions. However, most of those resources are used up. The Battle Royale explosion is mostly over, as anyone who would be hooked by the format is already playing it, or as we're starting to see now more frequently, done playing it. Battle passes are tired and live services are everywhere. And maybe most importantly, mobile phones, which made up 70% of that massive spending growth, have little room to expand. Most people living in high-spending areas already have smartphones now, so the industry isn't going to see another humongous explosion there. And the new experiments that these big studios use to try and continue the same rate of growth have yet to pay off at all, and many have become...
Honestly, I don't know why everyone's simping so hard for these companies. If they go out of business, excellent. That's a good thing. I would say that companies eventually going out of business is a good thing. Yeah, sure, there's going to... And I don't mean like a whole industry falling apart. I'm talking individual companies. Sure, there may have been a couple thousand people that work for, say, Bethesda, but they've overstayed. They really have. They've lost it. They've completely lost it. They should shut down all their stuff, make it public domain, move on, right? Figure something else out, because at this point, you're just, what are you even doing? It's tragic. You're sad.
Huge money holes. Cloud gaming, subscription services, virtual reality, esports, these are not enough to push the line up, much less shoot the entire
But again, the
industry
stock
up
market's
like the aforementioned
to blame for
drivers
all
of
this.
the 2011 to 2021 era. And somehow, that's still not all. Remember that part about mobile games making up a significant portion of the industry?
Gambling.
Well, there's something else on phones that popped up around the same time gaming started to decline. That's taking up more and more hours of the average person's day year over year. TikTok. Online video is cannibalizing not just mobile gaming time, but time from all activities. If video game studios want a chance at getting new players, they have to spend an increasing amount of marketing money to pull them away from TikTok, like Monopoly Go, which spent over a third of their revenue purely on user acquisition. Add on the fact that big games are significantly more expensive to make than ever, competition is fiercer than ever, inflation is making $60 releases worth less every year, yet audiences are remaining mostly resistant to price increases, top games are continuing to release massive updates every quarter, and the global economy is making life more difficult for everyone, United States or otherwise, and the picture seems more clear. Games are struggling, so they rely on players to spend more to make up the difference. But players are struggling too, so they spend less on games. The games then ramp up the intensity of the monetization, whales are able to purchase more, which keeps the companies afloat, while the majority of the players get frustrated. So the reliance from the games on their monetization grows further, and it loops all the way back around again. To sum it all up, the features that allowed gaming to explode are no longer as effective. The new strategies didn't work, there are more attention-siphoning activities that take up more of people's day, games are more expensive to make, investors are less likely to invest,
They're
and
not more
economic
expensive
challenges
to
make it
make.
a less appealing hobby for
They just
everyone
choose to
across the
overspend
globe.
so they can.
Game studios now have less of a reason to take on risk than ever before, so they cancel
I think
title
this is
after
intentional.
title, and
Like,
big
they're doing
investors
this to
continue
intentionally
to
lose
pull
money.
out. All the while, the people actually making the games are getting fired at all-time highs 3 years in a row. That's not to mention the cascading effects of quality drops and reputation decline that come from it. A success in the eyes of shareholders is not necessarily a success in the eyes of the players, as we've seen from the short-term numbers of Ubisoft's 2010s era into their rapid decline during the 2020s. You can see why they're kind of the perfect example, and it's a brutal cycle. Stagnation with rising costs means games fail to meet expectations. Failing to meet expectations means companies try to minimize risks, which leads to
So here's what I would do, right? I am running this business now. Freedom Studios. It's a work in progress. I don't know yet. I'm America. I like freedom. I like liberty. I think the Statue of Liberty, though, is actually a statue of Satan. We should get rid of that. I am Christian above all most, so something that related to this. But here's the whole structure that I would have, right? I, in my company, we are a corporation, yes, but we're not on the stock market. We're not going to sell any stocks ever. We're only going to do bonds. Stocks will be held by me and me alone. Should I happen to pass away, it'll be divided up amongst the people who work there at a percentage based off of how long they have worked there. I'll figure something out, but something that also doesn't make people want to potentially murder me, you know? But because it's bonds only, what I'll do is I'll get some game developers together. I will pay them to make this game. We will then sell the game, and then once I make the money from this, I will of course pay the game developers their money. I will get a small portion of it, and then do the same thing again, right? But this time through the bond market, so this way all of you can benefit as well. So say I have, because I like writing stories, so if you guys like my stories, check me out, Coyote Thunder, on Wattpad is where I'm at. I need to change the name of it. It is very much kind of hidden away, and I think that may have been intentional. But I'm writing my own novels, so I will then turn these into the game. So what I will do is I will, to the people, I will give you a chance to purchase debt from my story so I can make the dollar value needed in order to hire developers to make my game, and then I will sell the game. We'll get this.
Fewer games and fewer innovative studios coming out. Therefore, less innovation, less hits, and players don't stick around, which leads to stagnation with rising costs, and that cycle repeats too. Perhaps the answer lies in smaller studios, independent games with far less overhead and a more intimate connection between players and developers. Games that, in order to reach an audience,
but also
may partner with larger studios to find the success they rightfully deserve. So
there should be an ability for small devs to be able to put their games onto the thing. Basically Steam, but I don't know. I'd create my own Steam-like platform.
now let's visit our small-scale example that can help make sense of an otherwise nebulous global-scale picture: the slow corruption of Brawlhalla. Today we're using the falling reputation of Brawlhalla as a case study for global gaming industry changes, alongside the publisher's alleged illegal underpinnings that appear to be behind it on first glance. And finally, how Brawlhalla, in their own way, is attempting to maintain their identity amidst forces far beyond their scope. And don't worry if you've never played or even heard of Brawlhalla, they're just our example and perhaps a warning for other games you may enjoy, because the real meat of what we're gonna get into affects all of us. As Ubisoft's struggles became more and more apparent, Brawlhalla, a game whose community has historically praised the accessibility and what felt like fair monetization practices, has steeply increased the commodification of their game. A free-to-play model that once rose far above their direct competitors has quickly sank in reputation and lost much of the trust they worked to earn through a decade of consistent updates. The connection here seems simple. Ubisoft started struggling, so they pushed the red button on one of their reliable moneymakers. Players and legacy be damned, the bottom line was more important. But I'm not so sure that's the case, as somehow this story has become far more complicated than it initially appeared.
I'm gonna address y'all. We see your feedback.
That's where we made the mistake.
Trust us, you are heard.
I wish we did it differently.
Don't worry, we see it. Taking chip damage over here. We know. We know.
Brawlhalla is a
Big
cash
chip
cow,
damage
so
over here.
Ubisoft forces Brawlhalla to push out more and more updates with greater and greater commodification of the experience. That's the theory anyway among much of the fanbase. And it's not a bad one, albeit it feels incomplete. I'm talking about Brawlhalla today for a couple important reasons. Firstly, this is the community of my childhood, and looking at it in 2025 is staggeringly different from 2015, 2018, 2021, and even as recently as 2024. But probably more critically to the actual conversation, it's not too late for Brawlhalla. They haven't slid all the way down yet. We're not looking at innocent little Charmander, but we're not looking at Mega Charizard either. Brawlhalla is like a perfect Charmeleon, and while recent reviews suggest it's heading down the path of becoming a glorified billboard, it's still a good distance away from that. It hasn't fully evolved yet, or maybe devolved is a better word there even if it breaks the Charmeleon analogy. We're seeing a game that can go in either direction. And as you'll find out by the end of this video, Brawlhalla will serve as a representation for the online gaming industry as a whole. So to truly understand that, let's talk about what this game actually is. In short, Brawlhalla is a platform fighting game, originally developed at a time where pretty much every platform fighter not named Super Smash Bros. Failed miserably. And that's very different from today. Brawlhalla was a unicorn of a game, building their way up slowly and organically through heartfelt developer interaction, hiring staff directly from their community, and supporting their competitive scene with prize pools rivaling that of major esports organizations. Yes, it's the butt of every joke and it looks like a Flash game because it kind of is literally a Flash game, but the developers and the early core players loved Brawlhalla in a way that you will rarely ever find in the modern gaming atmosphere. It was something truly special. But when a game that hovered in reviews from the high 80% to 90%, indicating between overwhelmingly positive and very positive on Steam from its release all the way up until the past few months where it's clocking mid 60s, clearly something is going on. This is a story with complex community-developer relationships, and then a publisher comes in, but the community can't talk to the publisher, they only talk to the developer, and I guess the developer kind of represents the publisher. Stick with me here. You'll see why there are examples today. Let's rewind to March 2nd, 2018, a few years into Brawlhalla's life cycle, and more importantly, the date Ubisoft acquired Brawlhalla. If you remember the timeline, Ubisoft was nearing the peak of their corporate success at this point. Brawlhalla was created by a small indie team in Atlanta, Georgia, but with this acquisition, it would be difficult to still call them an indie title. But getting funding from such a large company, as well as IP rights to Rayman and Assassin's Creed, seemed like a big win for the Brawlhalla team. And investing in the largest fighting game on PlayStation and Steam seemed like a big win for Ubisoft as well. As time ticked forward, however, a small subsection of the Brawlhalla community became more and more disillusioned with this big dog involvement, and started directing a greater proportion of their frustration with anything monetization related towards Ubisoft. New skin prices, new battle passes, new battle pass deluxe tracks, crossovers like Street Fighter and Adventure Time, you name it, Ubisoft was to blame. Now, this is where some nuance needs to be injected into the story. What's important to understand is the majority of the community was not blaming Ubisoft at the time, but kind of celebrating them. They were stoked as the core identity of this free-to-play game they loved remained basically intact, while still getting a new form of legitimacy and attention from large IPs previously inaccessible to the fanbase. Brawlhalla didn't just have Lord Brax now, it had Rayman, it had SpongeBob. And that brought in a ton of new players, which of course people loved. Yes, the new crossovers were more expensive than anything seen previously, and top competitive players often lamented about the change in animations, but at the end of the day, they were just expensive skins, and those that wanted to pay could pay. Those that didn't have to. Additionally, this is something we're gonna get into later, it's impossible to know where exactly these new crossover skin decisions were coming from, whether it was Ubisoft enabling these greater investments and therefore Brawlhalla justifiably raised their prices, or was it Ubisoft forcing these higher prices onto their new studio? That's something we might never know. Regardless, this back and forth became a complicated relationship for the community. Brawlhalla would be successful without Ubisoft. True. And at the same time, much of Brawlhalla's greater success, its modern success, is owed to Ubisoft. Or at least owed to those crossovers. And the majority
only because of licensing. If they could have gotten the licensing without going to Ubisoft, Brawlhalla would have been fantastic.
Of the community, me included, actually really likes the Brawlhalla devs. We like them a lot, and it's very clear they love their jobs and love the game they're creating, which is what makes this so tricky. From 2018 to the end of 2024, Brawlhalla's list of crossovers exploded, to include characters from Shovel Knight, Rayman, Hellboy, Adventure Time, WWE, Steven Universe, Tomb Raider, Ben 10, The Walking Dead, Kung Fu Panda, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Street Fighter, G.I. Joe, Assassin's Creed, Castlevania, Avatar The Last Airbender, Halo, Tekken, SpongeBob, Star Wars, Borderlands, and Mega Man, with many like WWE and Star Wars featuring multiple events spaced out over the years. These crossovers, with the exception of Rayman and Ezio, all acted as skins for existing characters, and although the roster of characters outside of Brawlhalla eventually exceeded the actual original character list, the majority of the community was still on board. Each release had a vocal minority opposed to them from announcement day, but ultimately they helped to keep the game alive and reach new audiences, which was a net positive. The main issue was Brawlhalla's slow rate of integrating new features into the game amidst these skins and crossovers. Development speed hadn't appeared to change at all since Ubisoft got involved, but what had changed was the monetization. Hence, more simmering of the distaste for Ubisoft and a questioning of where the true priorities of the game laid. As the list grew and grew, competitive integrity also began clashing more and more with the creativity required to make these crossovers unique. But it wasn't until the third Star Wars event where even die-hard supportive members of the community started getting irritated. Crossovers were already by far the most expensive item in the shop. Average skins in this Brawlhalla are anywhere from 80 to 200 mammoth coins, which translates to around $4 to $10. And that price isn't really brought down for other countries or territories, so if you're in Brazil, good luck. Each crossover came in at 300 mammoth coins, but then they started introducing mythic crossovers, which came in at 400, a modification anywhere from 2 to 5 times more expensive than its cheaper counterpart. And finally, with this Star Wars event, they released their first ever 500 mammoth coin skin. The justification? This skin would offer a brand new type of cosmetic item, the Companion, that would follow your player character in a match bundled alongside it. This was a staggering decision for a studio that had prided themselves on making the free-to-play live service model work in as non-exploitative a way as feasible. Obviously, there's some contention there, but the exact way to phrase it is not as important as the ethos of Brawlhalla the players appreciated most. The devs genuinely cared about the game and genuinely cared about the players. That was undeniable for nearly a decade, but now something felt like it was changing. Or more accurately, it was slowly changing over the last handful of years until the final month of 2024, where they fully stepped on the gas with this Mandalorian skin. And then it just kept going. February 2025, Brawlhalla's biggest update in over 2 years, with this brand new weapon Chakram featuring mode-switching gameplay never before seen, blah blah blah, and snuck under everybody's noses, the first introduction of store bundles, a seemingly innocuous in-game purchase that would offer you a discount if you bought a select collection of items together. Bundles are not a problem, this understandably flew under the radar, and not even people whose jobs are to cover everything new in Brawlhalla noticed this. Fast forward to March 12th, 2025. Brawlhalla's St. Patrick's Day event launched with a highlighted new skin for their most popular character, but for the first time, this skin was locked behind a 480 mammoth coin bundle. An ordinary skin now nearly at the price of the Mandalorian just a few months prior, but without those additional features that they said was the reason for its additional cost. Rather, you got these other items bundled together with it. And then came the big one. Just 2 weeks after this Mordex bundle, Brawlhalla released their brand new Destiny 2 crossover, featuring 3 bundles for each of the 3 skins at 470 mammoth coins each, or a 1085 mammoth coin bundle with all 3 new skins, 3 of those new companion cosmetics, and an exclusive weapon skin. The prices are one thing, that's another conversation entirely. The main issue is that Brawlhalla may have legitimately broken the law through this bundle, and in fact, in all the previous bundles as well. You see, these bundles are advertised anywhere from 11% to 35% off, and on the surface, that's cool. Bundles are honestly a good feature for you if you legitimately want everything inside of it. And if you're a big Destiny 2 fan and wanted these skins, this would be a great deal. However, the discount didn't actually exist. These Brawlhalla bundles all feature exclusive items that are impossible to purchase outside of the bundle, meaning there are no savings taking place for the customer. 1085 mammoth coins is always the full price and was always intended to be the full price. Yet, it's advertised as if this is an incredibly good deal.
Of course.
Amazon does this, eBay does this, Target and Best Buy.
Doesn't mean it's a good
every
thing.
company under the sun does this, and at the
It's
end
terrible
of the
that
day,
they
we
do
live in
it.
a world where it's up to the consumer to decide if the cost presented to them is worth the satisfaction they get from the item or service. The main difference here is the Brawlhalla community just expected better. They expected better from the Brawlhalla team. When Amazon scams you, well, it's Amazon. Doesn't feel good, but you kind of know
You're
what's
a fool
happening.
for getting scammed by
Fans
Amazon.
hold Brawlhalla to higher standards because that's the relationship they've always had.
None of this
So you
ordered from
imagine how these
Amazon.
bundles now advertised right on your homepage cued instant backlash from the community. As again, they had built up a decade of rapport and trust with this team. It felt out of left field for the identity of the game they had always believed in. And whether or not this influenced those choices, people started pointing out that both of the original co-founders had now left Brawlhalla's studio. So perhaps the original vision of Brawlhalla many of us grew up playing truly didn't exist anymore. Or worse, it wouldn't be able to survive in the modern gaming landscape. The player base was mostly quiet with those early February and March bundles. A lot of people didn't even know they existed, which also featured the same type of fake discounts on bundle exclusive items, which you gotta think maybe was strategic. It was like a slow drip feed to grow accustomed to the system until the egregious Destiny 2 packages blew the door down. And you'd think now with the backlash, Brawlhalla would shift directions and avoid
course
making
not.
this mistake in the future, especially with
They
community
already
members
made
from
it.
the EU and Brazil, two of their biggest fan bases.
They already made the decision. They're gonna dig their heels in, and then it's just gonna keep going downhill. But people are gonna keep eating shit because I don't know why people want to keep eating shit, but people want to keep eating shit.
In particular, pointing out the dubious legality of this practice where they're from. But it only got worse from there. We're up to May 2025, when Brawlhalla released Ascended Nyx, a 1,120 Mammoth Coin skin with brand new exclusive features never before seen in the game, except it's not 1,120 Mammoth Coins. You can get it in a bundle with a fantastic deal cutting 20% off the price. Sound familiar? Because that's right, that 20% deal never existed in the first place, as the only place to purchase the Ascended Nyx skin is in the bundle. Cue backlash, cue expectations for change, and guess what? It only got worse from there. July 30th, 2025, Brawlhalla released Ascended Wushang, another 1,120 Mammoth Coin skin with brand new exclusive features only ever seen before with the other 1,120 Mammoth Coin skin, except it's not 1,100 Mammoth Coins. You can get it in a bundle with a fantastic deal cutting off 20% of the price and a brand new palette swap for your characters for $20, something that had been free for a decade. And what's actually worse is if you didn't want to pay the 400 Mammoth Coins for this color swap, you could pay 10 to get it for just one character. But don't get too excited because it's actually completely random and you have a 1 in 66 chance to get it for the character you want. This fired up the community like nothing else. Not only did they add more illegal bundles, not only did they charge for something that had always been free, but now they were introducing more gambling into the store under the guise of it being a great deal for all their players. These are, of course, small potatoes in the grand scheme of gaming monetization, but to bring it back around, this Charmeleon was starting to level up, and the community was desperately holding B. People always come in and say it's just a skin, you don't have to buy it, and every company does this, stop complaining about this, you have it easy, but that's not really the point here. The community is frustrated, I think rightfully, by the increasing commodification of something they once loved and something they appreciated for the very fact that it was not a glorified shop. Key figures that had stuck around through the highest and lowest moments were becoming more disillusioned with the game than ever before. And that's perhaps what sucks most about these recent events. We love the game. We want the game to succeed. We want the game to thrive, to sell their skins, to sell their merchandise. We want to support the devs and in turn get to see and enjoy updates for our decade-old game. We want to be able to still play it online, play it with our friends, and it's not enjoyable to be upset. Inviting seemingly irrelevant negativity into our lives is far from pleasurable. I mean, maybe not ours. Me, I don't like it. Speaking personally, I hate doing this, and in the 9 years I've been making Brawlhalla videos, maybe 4 videos total have been outright pessimistic. All 4 have been this year. But whether or not this is another
Corporate
entry in the
greed is
long list of
always going to be the
Ubisoft
problem
franchises siphoned
because
by
Wall
greed,
Street is the
feels
problem, because specifically the fiduciary responsibility to the shareholder, that is the problem. That is the root cause of all of this.
it matters less than the story of a small studio in a gaming community that used to adore them, thrust apart by a schism of monetary-fueled growth amidst global economic and gaming industry changes. It feels like the same story we've seen before and sadly become quite desensitized to, losing yet another piece of beautiful potential that the online world can offer in order for corporations to push up their bottom line. The game and its community were never perfect.
I blame
my
the Dodge
rose-tinted
brothers. This all started because of the Dodge brothers suing Henry Ford. I blame them for this.
reflection of it. but it
And everyone
was
else was perpetuated it.
undeniably special. And perhaps it's just the nature of time, of life, to see the things you love change around you, and to realize that you must change too. A tale of 2D palette swaps and flash animation effects for blue coins is ultimately trivial, a tiny drop in a huge pond. But life is those little things. That's what we are. A series of in-betweens, one after another, until the last little thing occurs. So maybe it's okay if this matters, and maybe it's okay to be sad about it. I don't know who I'm talking to with that sentence. Ubisoft became a titan because of their constant
Not talking to
innovation,
me.
but a huge chunk of their innovation is gone now with the low-risk strategy of restricting investments and only going with the big names. Rainbow Six is their other live service, Golden Goose.
Again, all of this stems from the same root issue, which has stifled innovation, stolen money, and enabled thieves to, murder and destroy.
Coming in at anywhere from twice to 4 times the size of Brawlhalla based on online estimations. And from their early 2025 financial reports, it's going well. I'm not a part of that community, I'm not well versed enough to speak on it, so I won't weigh in there, but I'm sure the Brawlhalla report is much the same. Dollar numbers up, so it's good. Quality notwithstanding, of course. The same thing that happened to Brawlhalla, amazing game, bigger publisher comes in, reputation slips, happened as well to Risk of Rain 2, one of my other favorite games of all time. Hopoo Games passed the buck to Gearbox, who subsequently pushed out the worst update the game had ever seen, with a buggy, unfinished DLC and a patch to all versions of the game that broke the physics so much the creators started making bug tier lists. Much like Brawlhalla, I know the people working on the game love and care for it, but the higher up decision making, whether internal or external, made everyone else suffer. Risk of Rain 2's new team eventually made it right, and I'm very happy they did, but the reputation damage was done, and I hope Brawlhalla does not go down the same path. The story here is still unfolding, as you can probably tell by the dates, but it does have a happy-ish next chapter that we'll get to. But I think we've dove far enough into this topic to connect it all the way back around. It's time to revisit the global gaming statistics now with our good friend Brawlhalla. We're gonna get into the weeds a little bit, but it'll be important to understand this first for the conclusion we can draw from later. Because to start, Brawlhalla is checking nearly every box. Free-to-play, live service, cross-platform model with battle passes and social integrations that acquired an untapped market of players, but is now facing difficulty growing and by some metrics appears to be shrinking. Check. Steep competition from gaming competitors and non-gaming competitors alike amidst growing economic turmoil, and a larger studio less willing to risk innovation for fear it may not return profitable, in a time when profits are already down. Check. And finally, more aggressive monetization and a change in identity to preserve the growth trends for as long as possible, not to mention an internal community frustrated with the lack of innovative changes to the gameplay. Check. It seems like Brawlhalla has not scaled up dramatically, still running a lean team, with perhaps licensing fees for their crossovers being the largest uptick in the modern Brawlhalla era. We don't know. Regardless, it's clear they're trying to push up profits for one reason or another. Perhaps stagnation in their growth is creating fears about the longevity of the game and thus driving up numbers now is a big priority, but for the community, enthusiasm for Brawlhalla is at an all-time low, and the studio sees this response closely.
Okay, so I do have an answer to something that I thought of as a question to something that I said before. When I said that companies should close, I absolutely still agree with that concept. 100%. A company should eventually shut down. Now, here are the options for it to continue on forward, right? Say this company exists and it is handed on to, say, a child, someone directly within the family, same name. Cool. Company can continue. Vision can continue because, you should supposedly raise your children to do what you do, thereby imparting your morals based off of your actions onto your children, right? That's what should happen. So, what happens from there is that, yes, your kid gets it, And supposedly your child would then do the same thing because you have lived the life that you would want them to live, and therefore you show them how they should live their life. So they will live their life the way you lived your life, continuing on this cycle nigh on until whenever the bloodline actually ends, in whatever tragic event that might be. And if that doesn't happen, well, then the company should shut down. After the person is gone, let new people, let new businesses come and fill that void. They can take what you have learned and then innovate it and move it forward. We should track the knowledge, of course, but the businesses themselves, they should come and go as easily as the fall leaves, you know? But while they're here, they should do what the leaves do. Be useful to society, useful to the world, because they produce oxygen, and then even in their death, they provide nutrients in the form of mulch to the plants beneath them. So, again, businesses should eventually shut down. Like Brawlhalla should eventually come to an end. This way, we can actually enter that cycle of repeat, and it won't be that big of a deal because it won't be repeated so quickly upon itself, right? Say this company closes down, Brawlhalla, the people who played it are gone, then next generation, right? They have their kids. Well, guess what? A new Brawlhalla can come out, and then the parents can play with the children in that, what, 10-year gap? So say from like age 1 to 10, they, or I don't know, it's honestly something about video games doesn't sit right with me. But say they go from uh let's say from 10 to 18, right? Well, just as some quick numbers. Then the game stops. Then a new game can start, and then you can pick that up from, 19 to, and so on and so forth. But as they come to an end, there should be that ability for them to repeat upon themselves, so that way when you have your kids, and then your kids are around 10, so it's been around 20 years or so, the Brawlhalla can return, and then you can enjoy it with your children. But no, everyone has to have everything now.
The dev team
Greed.
started asking for mass feedback
Evil.
more in the past few months than
This
they
is
have
evil.
in the 9 years since their Steam release. They surveyed demographics to inquire if their core players were migrating to other games, to Fortnite and Rivals and Minecraft and Roblox among others. They started hosting office hours streams showing in-progress work in a casual human face to an outraged fanbase, which we'll actually come back to at the very end of the video. But all the while, with new feature announcements and long-awaited prototypes of community requests, the bundles kept coming, and then more bundles, more gambling. You know the story now. So it's complicated. It seems like Brawlhalla has wanted to shift their priorities with new directorial direction, something the community is fully on board with. But what's a mystery is if that increased ambition is also the reason for the increased monetization. According to an unconfirmed source, among Brawlhalla's 30 to 40 person staff, fewer than 5 work as full dedicated programmers to make the game itself. Now, I cannot confirm this claim, and the source would prefer to remain anonymous, so if you leave this video without buying it, I completely understand. To be honest, I'm not sure I buy it entirely either, as I know Brawlhalla's devs wear a lot of hats. But the specifics here are honestly not that important. The general story is how Brawlhalla has always had a very small team relative to its size. Despite being the most played fighting game in the world for much of its lifespan, updates have always been slow, and new features are often missing a degree of polish or even key features. If you look at it from a bird's eye view, only a few dozen employees for a live service game that's reached over 100 million players is shocking, especially considering their competitors have staff in the hundreds. So the big question here is, where is Ubisoft? Where is this $12 billion publisher, and why does the community keep saying the only thing they've done is drive the monetization? Broadly speaking, video game publishers assist with financing to get the game out, QA testing, marketing, distribution, localization, migrating to other platforms, business deals, legal, brand management, and the like, all that business stuff, with primary development usually falling on the team of game devs themselves. Everything is different case by case, of course, with Brawlhalla, for example, likely handling the development across platforms themselves, PS4, mobile, all that, while Risk of Rain 2, for example, primarily had their publisher Gearbox source staff to do that.
Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm making my own Steam-esque platform. No one steal this from me. I do not give you permission to take my idea. Okay, now that they're gone. So I will create my own launcher, basically, like Steam. In this, I will be the game publisher, right? Mainly in America. We will eventually get to the point of CDs and whatnot. No, no, hold on. I should probably write this down first before I just start spouting because I could ramble and it will make sense the way I say it to me, but maybe not to everyone else. So we have to pay attention to sentence structures because that's what makes language language.
You'd think that since being acquired, Brawlhalla would get funding or something to beef up their staff dramatically and push out more consistent growth-oriented updates. Publishers traditionally take a cut of the profits, so it would make sense that a publisher would want to invest more in the studio. And if they started to suffer, it wouldn't be crazy to also assume they'd need to dip into the cookie jar more frequently and with bigger portions. But from what we've heard, Brawlhalla seems to operate mostly independently from Ubisoft, and there's little mention, if ever, of the parent company offering them assistance, other than perhaps the licensing deals for those crossovers. Anytime there's any kind of development update, they talk about doing everything themselves and have almost never mentioned Ubisoft's help at all. It would be impossible to separate Brawlhalla's 2020s era success from these crossovers, but unless you looked deeper, you would never guess it was a Ubisoft game. Yet, it's beginning to have the trademarks of modern-day Ubisoft practices, so much so that the community blames Ubisoft for every unsavory update. And again, development speed has not appeared to change since Ubisoft got involved, but the monetization has. So, what can we glean from this from Brawlhalla to then extrapolate to other games? As we've now learned from the experience of the Brawlhalla community, the future stagnation, growth, or even shrinkage of a live service game seems to, at some level, always come down to risk, with Brawlhalla really not taking any, at least from the outside. And the same reason large gaming studios are dismantling their smaller titles and cutting future releases out of their schedule. They don't want to take the risk. In a way, modern-day live service is a kind of microcosm for the industry as a whole. Live service games are supposed to be these perpetual motion machines that make a certain amount every month to sustain their overhead and grow profits for whatever company they're a part of. But in order to sustain that overhead, you either need to constantly acquire new players, or as we talked about in the very beginning of the video, dig deeper into your existing hole. People aren't going to be satisfied with the same thing forever after all. They need updates every week, new seasons every month, new characters every quarter. And when the business model requires these parameters for everyone to maintain their jobs, scaling up staff may seem like too big of a risk to take. Betting on these young developers on this new title might not pan out, but you know how much money Assassin's Creed is going to make. After all, the games are profitable right now, and you don't want to endanger the studio by significantly increasing your costs. Brawlhalla is composed of a small team of passionate developers that love their game and love their community, but the game has been largely the same for half a decade. It's a quintessential rock and hard place. Make your team larger and risk losing it all in a big burst of flames, but maintain the status quo and you may slowly fade out of relevance. In order to create cool titles with the maximum
and then you can move on from
the
it.
industry has perhaps pigeonholed themselves into a constant cycle of crunch development, with the classic die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain mantra championed by their own.
Die a hero. The game lived out what it was supposed to live. Move on. Let go. What is with this obsession and refusal for something new while also talking about, oh, we need new stuff, we need to progress in society, but you're not willing to progress off of video games? Let these games die. Let all the stuff that they have made become public domain so anyone can use it, and then just let new people start making games. If I had the money, I would support this, but I don't. But if you want me to have the money to do this, support me. Oh Jesus, I apologize for that. It's just that I understand that my apologies. Okay, sorry about that. I just had to. Okay, have y'all ever prayed? I'm sure many of you have. Uh, but I felt so terrible in asking for that, right? Because it was it felt very greed induced of me. It's like I'm built different, which I think I am built different, but we'll see.
Fans. And many of these titles, in particular the ones with mandatory online services despite being single-player games, levy their online model to excuse releasing an unfinished game in order to meet the studio's deadlines, regardless of how much time the developers actually need. Games that, upon failing to survive them.
Mind you, I am also pausing because I need to be able to hear my own voice. This is so I can uh, review. So, I mean, well, there's no one here. What up, though, chat? Anyone who comes back to look, I'm gonna try and get these edited out. I don't know how it's gonna work, but something's gonna work. But this way I can actually listen to how I speak, so I can make sure that I'm listening to my own speech. So next time when I speak, I can have in mind what to say in order to ensure that I am being clear and concise with my words to get my meaning across. Which, if anything, we might need to start going over the definitions of things because a lot of people seem to be forgetting what things mean.
Market get taken down entirely, with the players who purchase the game under the belief that
I
it is
miss
something they
Burnout.
own since they, bought it, no longer having access. But traditional models of buying one game one time aren't so sustainable for those big publishers anymore, what with the increasing costs, increasing expectations, and price fatigue mentioned earlier.
Remember, the only reason that this seek for money exists was because of the Dodge brothers. They sued Ford and said, hey, we should get all that money because we're partial owners. And the judge was like, because he was probably also a shareholder at that time, which, if anything, I would say that whole thing needs to be relooked at. He'd probably say, you know what? I agree with you. You now have the responsibility to make sure that the owners make as much money as possible. Fuck everyone else. The employees, the consumer. Fuck the consumer especially, right? They're buying this garbage from us anyway. The environment, that thing can rot for all we care. Maximize profits for the shareholder. That's what this did. So, that's what they're doing.
hence the transition into a type of live service model everywhere. But as Bald describes, quote, faced with rising costs of operation, shrinking player bases, and powerful competitors, new live service titles are forced to call it quits earlier than ever. The industry morphed itself into a deluge of support beacons for an always online model fit for our now always online world. But as the resources are drying up, the big players are desperately trying to get their money in while they still can. Whether Ubisoft is forcing their more aggressive monetization practices into Brawlhalla, or if it's both parties independently choosing the same route as a proven means of thriving in the new online economy, doesn't really matter as much as why they'd spiral down that route to begin with. And sure, the easy answer is once again, they want more money, but that's not really satisfying, and now we're armed with a lot more information. From the research, it seems more accurate to say, in order to create the vision of the game they want, something potentially paradigm-shifting, genuinely life-changing even, modern live titles have to contend with the unstable global video game bubble. A profit-first system perpetuated by the few that rake in obscene profits on the backs of the many. A business model requiring new and innovative, often Machiavellian methods to guarantee constant growth. And regardless of their fanbase's contempt, most capitulate to the demands placed upon them by a larger entity or by their own ever-increasing costs to push revenue as far up as they can in the short term, else risking the closure of their studio and livelihood snatched away in a moment, as their very existence was only made possible in the first place from a cascading wave of systems and investments made on the presumption that the hamster wheel could just keep on spinning. Or basically, a lot of these games are stuck in a hole they dug themselves into, that exists inside another ginormous hole the industry has been excavating for 40 years. That's not to give games with egregious monetization practices an out, but more to say we're being siphoned at both ends. Over the past few years, developers with player-first intentions have been crushed by the machine, which was not malfunctioning, but in fact operating exactly as it's been designed. And in turn, players who have less spare income than
we need to destroy the machine and make a new one that benefits us. I have the plan that benefits us.
Ever are served a worse product with a worse experience. I do not believe that most developers want to create something that people dislike. I think they're there for a job, yes, and the majority of the team often isn't in the creative, brainstorming, stereotypical artiste role where expressing themselves to the world is the primary driver for their existence, but it's an industry built on passion first, from people who love games, love their games, and love that other people love their games. If you've talked to people who work in the industry, they say you gotta have thick skin because it is tough. But their love for games is what pushes them through it. If you're this far in the video, I'm sure you know as well as I that video games have the potential to be stunning, heart-wrenching, liberating works of art. And all the best suits with all the best business acumen in the world, optimizing every micro sliver of your attention, will never be able to capture what a high school kid making ROM hacks in his bedroom seems to innately understand. In a way, I'm frustrating myself in my own video because I don't think I've even mentioned the word fun a single time in the last 50 minutes. I'm no economist. Numbers and system analysis is so far out of my wheelhouse, I had to repeat kindergarten. Feelings, emotions, that's my area. That's what I care about most. Small scale, small community, seeing the difference you make in one person's life. And as analytical as we can get about the numbers and systems and decades of growth initiatives crumbling before our eyes, what really matters is if the games are good. This is a video about Ubisoft, about Brawlhalla, about global studios reeling from the seeds they planted, but strangely, this is really a video about authenticity. I don't know what the future holds, but despite this video's entire existence probably pointing to the contrary, I'm not really a doomer about it either. I think we may have to end up saying goodbye to some things we took as given, as especially the big names in the industry are built upon large systems that are failing right now, but in their wake, something new will come about. Not a phoenix rising from the ashes necessarily, but just on the belief that people will always strive to create, and specifically create something meaningful to them. which then others will
I actually
connect.
like this.
Sweeping statistics
As
never
like
tell the
a-
story of the individual, nor are they deterministic of what that individual will become. By all accounts, I should have turned out to be an absolute failure given the amount of time it took to reach first grade,
This
but
is
look
an
at me now,
excellent
sitting
thing.
here talking to you. So I guess sometimes they are
Screensaver
deterministic.
thingy.
But what I'm getting at
I'm
is
gonna
a
take a
trend
screenshot of that.
doesn't mean truth. While the state of the gaming industry is scary right now, there still are some names thriving, and more individual developers are starting up their first projects now than any time in history. Gone are the days when the prospect of releasing a video game is only feasible under a larger banner. The numerous solo or small studio indie success stories are proof of that. Creativity isn't dead, we're just being beat down by the weight of the world around us. Industry-wide shrinkage is not good. In fact, it's very bad, and a ton of amazing people are out of work for no fault of their own. That's a real monster of a limitation looming over something many of us hold close to our chests. But I think if I left this weird video essay merely suggesting that the global studio collapses and Charmeleon commodified fighting games were the canaries in the coal mine for the death of the medium, I feel like I'd be missing the secret ingredient that makes any of this work in the first place. People. It's the people. The game developers I've grown up together with, the creators in my local community, my online community. A ping pong tournament with the esports director of a 2D flash game at 11 p.m. in a 9-person Airbnb in Valencia, Spain the evening after a 3-day, 16-hour tournament workday gauntlet. It's always the people. As much as I've been harping on numbers going down, there is, of course, the juggernaut of Fortnite. A game that, by
That's why they say, if you build it, they will come. If I build the thing, I can get the people, so I have to build the thing first. Support me in building this for all of us.
industry trends should have dropped off the map entirely many years ago. But because of its expansion into user-generated games leveraging the creativity of its massive player base to widen its scope, it is on top of the world right now. Just kidding, Minecraft completely owns them. Yes, it's Minecraft, we all knew this. I did get you for a second though, didn't I? If we're talking about a huge community with masses of young, hungry creators and unprecedented growth that's lasted throughout years and eras, of course, it's Roblox. I tricked you again, yes I did, I am so sorry. We're actually talking about Roblox here. Roblox crushes everyone. These numbers displayed on the graphs here are from the end of 2024, and they're trouncing every other platform. And still, in 2025, they exploded even more. Now, I'm not going to get into the innumerous security issues Roblox has as a service and child labor exploitation. I don't know what's going on there. The main point here being Roblox's massive success can be attributed to its easy accessibility for pretty much anyone to develop a game. You can't really compete against a platform that has millions of people developing something on it every single day, and sure, most are probably terrible. But that's one of the only growth directions amidst live service failure and battle pass fatigue that's still sticking. Creations made by the players, the users. And if we zoom out once again, it's the same reason why TikTok is absolutely demolishing games. Also, there's like a billion children, the iPad is too powerful, but regardless, the idea that anyone can design a game, an experience, and open it up to the world to see it is awesome, and that's something I think we can draw from. Yes, Roblox has insane problems with creeping monetization, worse than anything else I've mentioned so far, but the idea that the gaming company on top of the world right now is fundamentally one that thrives on creativity is at least a silver lining, I think. Maybe that's naive, but extrapolating this to a smaller scale can also have some positive case studies. Rivals of Aether's Steam Workshop is no doubt a large reason for its cult following. Skyrim's modding community has kept that game alive for who knows how long, and going back to Minecraft, I know I threw you a little misdirect, but the community's creativity really is king there. I'm not saying games should just offset work to the community. Well, okay, I would like to see greater mod support and community integration more universally, but that's beside the point. I'm just positing that while the financial side of gaming is struggling, ideas are still surviving. But alright, I know it got a little loopy there, so let me tie this.
Because creation finds a way. And we were built to create. And if you support me, I can help support creation because I am not greedy. But I will use any that I make from your ideas to better everyone in a non-socialist, non-communist kind of way. I'm anti them, anti-LGBT because that's pride, which is literally the very thing that caused the fall, Satan, fall of humanity, all of that pride. So no, uh, anti-Islam, anti-Israel, because we don't worship the same God at all. They say he didn't. Well, I'm saying everything Jesus did fulfilled all the requirements. Who else has fulfilled all the requirements? What one person has done so? None, except for Jesus. So we're here.
Back into the main thesis of the video. I talk about all of this to say it's not hopeless. As long as creativity has some space to be fostered, people will find a way to make it work. And you know, sometimes the limitations are the very thing that iron out the very best inside of us. There's that mythos of the Beatles, frustrated and demoralized by the technical limitations of live performance equipment, opting to instead compose an album physically impossible to perform live, riding an early wave of music production development to make one of the greatest albums of all time, and triggering a cascade of innovation after innovation after innovation after innovation, and now an FL Studio demo version you open for 12 minutes can sit idle on your desktop. It's crazy. Looking at games, there's Silent Hill's eerie fog due to a lack of processing power, Mario 64's genius sandbox design because they were limited in how many levels the cartridge could handle, Metal Gear pioneering the stealth genre as we know it because the MXS2 was so bad it couldn't handle more enemies on screen, Toby Stark
was able to build this in a cave with a bunch of scraps!
Sweeping trends do not tell the story of individuals. And when I hear the accounts of Concerned Ape creating Stardew Valley, Local Thunk with...
So, call me crazy. A lot of people will. I believe video games should be like books. And that's how I'm going to leave it. If you understand, you understand. If you don't, I can't help you.
Balatro, Duncan Drummond and Paul Morse starting Risk of Rain as their college project, and if we go back, a small group of 5 gamers in a swampy, bug-ridden basement in the suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia, chasing their dream.
Well, you'd have to
starting a
ask.
community that I would call home for a decade. When I hear that, I am inspired to make something in my own way. Inauthenticity has never been more prevalent, not just in gaming, money, and corporations siphoning as much as they can with microtransactions, but look at AI job hunting. Look at all of these course gurus and rage bait everywhere is rage bait, every sentence is rage bait. We are yearning for something human, something actually real to cut through the noise. So those good games, those things made with heart and passion, and from people that understand what it's like to be on the other end,
join me,
matter.
Hot Pickle Production.
For many of us, for this specific time in our lives, they matter now more than they ever have. During
Limited.
the making of this video, Hollow Knight Silksong not only had its release date announced, but the game launched to an unprecedented mass reception. This indie title by a small team crashed PlayStation servers, the Nintendo eShop, even Steam, because so many people were trying to buy it. While I don't think this is a replicable situation, Silksong managed to generate one of the greatest marketing campaigns of all time by releasing a banger game and staying next to silent for 6 years.
Why?
Well, fundamentally, people believed in them. They believed in the team. They believed in the people. Authenticity can cut through, even if the back half of the 2020s is presenting brand new challenges. The future may lie in independent studios and developers not bound to the publishing whims of giants, but even with those locked in contract, there's clear areas for improvement. Let's say hello to our old friend Brawlhalla one last time. Team over there is trying to steer the ship around. It's clear they want to make cool things and their new art is genuinely great. The main problem with it all was the deceptive marketing. And after mass community backlash, they've finally removed the fake discount and now advertise the 900 base price for those Ascended variants, as it should be. It doesn't feel amazing to be happy with that, but in a world where it seems like companies just don't care about you at all and your voice means nothing, at least they listen. And that aforementioned office hours broadcast, it was universally appreciated by their community, and hopefully something good comes from the feedback they say they're now actively asking for. On the broadcast itself, they showed incomplete mock-ups, mentioned behind-the-scenes challenges, and talk shop with their Twitch chat about what features people were most anticipating over the next couple years. It was refreshingly transparent and also human. Not a corporate response to backlash, but human. Quote-unquote forever games need to keep being forever games even when the global economy is in the dumps. And as a live service, they can't just buckle down silently for months on end while they work on new features. Silksong Hype worked in particular because people weren't actively playing the game on their servers. But promising new things only for the community to wait and wait with no substantial updates is also frustrating for both parties, I imagine. Injecting more and more monetization without any admission of it just feels slimy, but if studios collaborated more with their own communities, or even just advertised why they're making certain choices with more honesty, I think there could be a middle ground that, while not perfect, is certainly better than what we have now. It doesn't feel amazing to have an 1100 Mammoth Coin bundle shoved in your face, but if there was some kind of statement like, hey, we recognize this is not for everyone, but this is the direction we need to go in right now, like that would at least feel better. Though that's assuming live service as we know it will stick around and the current big boys won't just absorb everyone else, which is the direction things have been going. As we've learned today, surviving in the gaming industry is incredibly difficult, and you don't want to shatter your fragile ecosystem if you're the one in a million that actually made it. But players are getting smarter, and communities can sniff out when they're being taken advantage of. Corporations are rightfully less popular than ever, and the average gamer is more cognizant of deceptive microtransactions after a decade of being force-fed. All the while, the vast majority of people's paychecks are not going nearly as far. Something has to change. The ending of this video is, by nature, inconclusive. Perhaps the world will create economic headwinds and everything will turn around for games, resulting in a return to the status quo. Perhaps big studios will slowly deteriorate more and more, releasing empty shells of games to salvage their balance sheets, and smaller studios will succeed in the vacuum. Perhaps more developers will try to adopt a greater community-first approach amidst...
I need to start my own company. I need to make a bunch of money so I can actually fight against them because they have a bunch of money as well. But if I have a bunch of money, I can use my bunch of money to fight against their bunch of money. Let's do this.
A media space filled with vapid noise and find dedicated fan bases that help them thrive through word of mouth. I don't know. I don't have a grand statement to leave you with here or leave myself here, as much as I would want one, nor do I expect this to provoke any sort of re-examinations of beliefs, as I imagine many of you have been innately feeling what I've been talking about for this entire video before even clicking. And also the odds I made it off the second monitor are slim to none. I just found the stats interesting, connecting it to a small story felt poignant to my own experience, and considering alternate directions gives me hope for what the future may hold. I'm gonna be honest, I'll probably never make another video like this ever again, so please don't subscribe. You'll probably be disappointed. Instead, give a compliment to your mom, and tell your friends you love them, bring over food for your neighbor, go for a walk in the sun, I don't know. Good luck. I hit my mic, my gamers and whatever journey life has in store for you. I'm gonna go try beating Enter the Gungeon for the first time, so.
The Gungeon!
79 hours. Bye-bye.
Excellent video. I will subscribe to you, Egg Soup. You make some good stuff. So here is I disagree. Well, whatever, right? It's not the anime character. I just dislike that the creator's like, oh, that's cool. Be like, no, it's just the character is the character. You can cosplay as them. I like the costume, right? I don't necessarily have to agree with the other side. But where am I? So, ooh, Hassan, you loser. So news stuff is more current. I mean, he's already gotten a lot of views. I like how money works as well. Let's check this out for the car repossession crisis.
America is currently going through a bit of a car repossession boom. Delinquent auto debt over 60 days past due is at the highest level it has ever been, including during the global financial crisis. More repossessions than ever have taken place within the last quarter, and even if you don't personally have a car loan, this could still become a systemic issue that impacts you because auto debt as a whole is higher than it has ever been before. This record debt has also combined with record levels of depreciation to result in massive negative equity for more borrowers, making it harder than ever to back out of these.
I do believe that this is intentionally the corporations wasting resources, which is why, again, I, as governor of Colorado, my plan is to empty out the landfills, clean them up, and recycle and repurpose absolutely everything we can. This is going to take more than the 2 terms that I could run. So if anything, I need to exist outside of that, but as governor to make that final decision. So follow me, and we can make Colorado better.
Deals, especially on certain classes of vehicles. Now, that sounds pretty bad just on the surface, but it gets worse. Several reports have found that we have slowly made auto lending so complicated and fragmented that between leases, lending, buy here, pay here, cross-collateralized loans, and every other type of way to finance a car, it's become next to impossible to track down how much we really owe and how much is actually being paid back. Even the regulators themselves have basically admitted that they don't really know how bad the problem is and how much this could all hurt regular consumers. Now, I know this all sounds like yet another symptom of people's personal finances being squeezed, which is, by itself, not exactly that shocking anymore. However, the current repossession boom is, for now at least, a specifically American problem. A problem that is saying a lot of bad things about the unique ways that we borrow, consume, and go broke.
And I don't know, I just feel like a $500 plus car note is absurd.
Record number of Americans are falling behind on their car payment.
I have $60,000 worth of car debt.
Those loans coming with higher interest rates for buyers with limited income or credit scores.
The more concerning part, the interest rate being 37% nearly.
Well, the repo man is in high demand. They're working overtime.
It is draining us. It is taking things away from my children.
According to the Recovery Database Network, car repossession.
And just think, all of this could be resolved with me as Colorado governor because I would install the train system. I showed you where the train is. We can look back at it if you want.
Hit a 14-year high in 2024, only slightly behind their peak in 2009. We have already passed that peak this year, and we still have a few months.
Matter of fact, hold on. I do want to pull it out anyway, because we should take a look at it. Confirm that it is, in fact, correct. There it is. There it is. Imagine the options. You could live on the farm and then go from the farm to downtown by hopping on 2 trains. Look at that. You could live all the way up here in North Briargate and be like, you know what? We're having a military thing, right? Militia training, because we are also going to have the militia. Guess what? Militia member, you can go from the north down to the training centers. No need to drive. Isn't that amazing? You could save that money. It's shocking. Yes, I know it's going to be a challenge to put it in because of the type of ground that we have, and we also need to ensure that when we do go under everything, we're uh, doing it carefully to not destroy things that are in the way. Now, we're going to need to do a whole bunch of stuff behind that, but we can look at that a little bit more. But look at that, trains, it would solve this. You could live really anywhere and get anywhere in the state. Now, some places, like over here, would have to be handled by bus. Same thing with like some of these areas here, because they're just a little bit too far away. Or they could be other centers themselves and just be treated as like, oh, it's just a little bit further away. But even then, the buses could still go from here to the closest, bus stop. Because the World Arena is somewhere over here, I believe. Here-ish, probably. But just think, you wouldn't have to have a car
This is
loan.
especially concerning because consumer protection laws around repossessions have generally gotten stronger since the global financial crisis, which means the same number of repossessions is an indication that borrowers are in an even worse financial situation. Today, repossessions have become such a large industry that it's even attracted the tech bros to skirt around regulations. Some of the old tricks, like impersonating a target with their utility providers to get their address, have been specifically outlawed. So today, repo men take a different approach. Companies like Resolvion and DRN have emerged to fill that gap by creating their own lists. Their business works by driving around camera cars that indiscriminately photograph every license plate they can, including those in private parking lots, and then assigning GPS coordinates to them to build out a database. What this does is let repo men access this database for a fee so that they can get a list of known locations for a specific registration number. Now, not to go too much down this specific rabbit hole, but some of these companies now work off a gig economy model, because of course they do. They onboard affiliate drivers who attach their camera packs to their own cars and then pay them a commission for every repossession that comes from the data they collect. For a lot of people, this is either an alternative or a supplemental revenue source to driving for Uber that happens a lot more passively in the background. Now, this kind of involuntary databaserization would be bad enough by itself, but you might think,
it's horrible.
Unless you've been skipping your car payments, you don't really have anything to worry about, right? Well, a report by Wired found that these cameras were also collecting and cross-referencing information like politically affiliating lawn signs, bumper stickers, and t-shirts. This let them highlight areas and even individuals with stronger support for certain ideas than others. Now, the companies have claimed that this is just another way for them to earn revenue. It's information that they are collecting from public spaces, and it's not their fault if they are just better at arranging it into databases that can be sold off to political campaigns or marketing agencies. Anyway, with that tangent out of the way, what is really funding this data collection right now, though, is car repossessions, and business is booming for 3 simple reasons. The first is the hangover from the price boom of 2021. During this time, new and used car prices both hit their highest levels ever. Supply chains were disrupted, and people had a lot of extra spending power thanks to government stimulus, and also because other expenditures like vacations and eating out were cancelled. Interest rates were also very low, which all made it easy to get a big loan and pay $30,000 over sticker price for a used Toyota Tacoma. Today, record loan sizes have mixed with record rates of depreciation to give some all too predictable results. According to Edmunds, the average amount of negative equity in cars and trucks climbed to an all-time high last quarter. Now, so far, the one saving grace has been that prices are still higher than they were before 2020, but that has all resulted in fewer people trading in their cars because they are being forced to hold on to it longer. Now, on a personal finance level, this can actually be a good thing. You don't need to buy a new car every 3 years. But, let's be honest with each other here. People aren't holding onto their cars because they have suddenly become more conscious consumers. They are holding onto them because they can't get out of them. This is even more apparent on EVs that were attracting huge premiums 4 years ago, but are now nowhere near as popular as people are seeing problems with long-term battery performance and opting to purchase plug-in hybrids instead. For a lot of people, it's not worth it to make budgetary sacrifices for a car that they are underwater on. So
I'll be honest with you, I would love me a Prius, but that's the hybrid that uses the engine to charge up the battery. That's the one that I would like. Ooh. If not, my other car, my dream car, if you will, is like a O2 Audi A6 wagon with a all-wheel drive version, right? With a 2JZ and the 2JZ 6-speed manual attached to the 4-speed on that body. Then to make basically an island, separate the engine from the rest of the car, and then have just the rest of the car connected via electricity where it needs to be, but nothing from the car to the battery or to the computer, the ECU.
They're just ignoring the problem and accepting that one day their car will be repossessed. Now the good news is that we are just in the find out stage of a very unusual pricing shock in the car market. If that was all there was to it then, as the loans were taken out more than 5 years ago start to end, things should start getting better, right? Well, it's time to learn how money works to find out what else is behind the car repossession boom. This video is sponsored by Cape, the privacy-first mobile carrier rethinking how phone services should work. Cape gives you premium nationwide coverage without tracking, profiling, or selling your data. Built by telecom and cybersecurity experts, they designed it so you don't have to trade privacy for convenience. Most carriers collect personal info and hold your data for years. Cape doesn't even ask for your name or address and deletes call logs after 60 days. They also run their own secure 4G and 5G core network to keep your data under their control, not someone else's. What really stands out is their SIM swap protection. Instead of trusting customer service, your number is locked with a 24-word recovery phrase that only you control. No insider access, no easy takeovers, just real security. Every plan includes encrypted voicemail and real-time threat blocking, and you can bundle Proton VPN Plus or Proton Unlimited for just $1. If you want to lock down your number and your privacy, visit cape.co/getcape and use code HowManyWorks33 for 33% off your first 6 months. Okay, sinking car prices shouldn't represent a crisis by itself. Outside of a very small handful of exceptions, it is the expectation that cars depreciate rapidly over time. Like most consumer durables, the retailer, in this case the dealers, have their own markups, which is why a new car normally loses so much value the moment it's driven off a lot. The funny business that happened around COVID was very much the exception to this rule. What really allowed a small little price spike to turn into an economy-wide problem is the increasingly complex ways that we are financing car purchases. In the past, it was pretty straightforward. You would pay for a car in cash, or you would make a down payment and pay back the rest over a set term. This was almost always 5 years. Today, the variety of car financing options has grown significantly, and almost all of them are designed to let people get into a slightly more expensive car than they otherwise would have been able to afford. According to Experian, over 80% of new vehicle sales are financed, but because the industry is so fragmented and underregulated, some third-party estimates put that number as high as 85%. Outdated ideas like having money to use as a down payment have also become a thing of the past over the last 2 decades. This has slowly been replaced by people using the equity they have built up in their previous car to use as the down payment on their next car, re-extending the loan term and principal. Sometimes even that is too much. The rate of trade-ins, where the previous car has more owing on it than it's worth, has hit its highest level ever, with 1 in 4 cars being traded underwater. Dealer financing is still pushing through these sales though, even if they have to get creative with car values, because of the biggest broken incentive of all. Dealerships aren't really in the business of selling cars. They are in the business of writing loans. The cars are just something that get borrowers in the door. Now, while this fact alone might not be that surprising to you anymore, it has encouraged continuously pushing the bounds of what is normal in car loans. The financing manager at a dealership obviously has commission incentives of their own, but they are also colleagues with the sales staff who will depend on them to get a deal done. If they want everybody to get paid and avoid awkward silences in the break room, there is a real incentive to write a loan by any means necessary. This actual peer pressure is at least part of the reason why delinquencies on dealer loans are more than double that of loans from other sources, according to data from the Consumer Credit Panel of the New York Fed. Now, if lowering lending standards and down payments wasn't enough, the biggest lever that the industry has been pulling is extending loan terms. 5-year loans have gone from being the industry standard to now being less common than 7-year loans, according to market data compiled by Bloomberg. A growing number of lenders are now offering terms of 144 months for loans up to 120% of the car's value. In plain English, what this means you could do is trade in a car that you are $10,000 underwater on, put no cash down, and take out a $60,000 loan to buy another $50,000 car, which you will be paying off over the next 12 years. Now, the interest rates and fees on these loans are usually nothing short of catastrophic. But spreading the loan out over that long does minimize monthly repayments, and since most of these borrowers are going to trade in their car again before paying down the loan, that's all they really care about. As people are increasingly taking out 6, 7, or even 12-year loans on cars that they are on average replacing every 3.5 years, they are making very little progress on the principal of these loans and therefore extending the period in which they could suffer serious financial difficulties. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, while they still exist, highlighted this as one of the most damaging financial practices in the economy today and highlighted it as one of the leading causes of loan delinquencies. So lenders shouldn't exactly be shocked Pikachu that their repossession rates are skyrocketing, but they are going to keep going on, not just because it makes them money, but because it makes money in the right kind of way. As terms have gotten longer, loan sizes have also increased, which has also allowed us to buy more expensive cars. I mean, who knew extending loan terms and equity requirements would just drive up prices on underlying assets? But anyway, the bigger issue is that these loans have become a valuable asset class of their own. When a dealer writes a car loan, they are usually using a third-party credit provider to actually pay out the money. As part of that deal, those providers will pay the dealer a commission for the business they are bringing them, and the longer the loan term, the bigger that commission is. Most of these loans then get securitized and sold off to other investors, so that neither the lender or the dealer needed to use any cash of their own. Now, the paperwork involved in doing all of this costs a bit of money, but that is a fixed cost. It takes just as many man-hours to put together a 3-year loan as it does a 12-year loan, but the lifetime interest on the latter is almost 6 times higher, making it far more profitable for these middlemen. Now, if you think that's bad, don't worry. It gets worse. Turning people's transportation into a recurring revenue stream still has challenges because of silly little things like regulations and lending standards. They might be on the floor, but they are still there. Fortunately, a new model of car subscriptions is becoming increasingly popular. So, yeah. Can't see that going badly. The final change pushing the repossession boom is that all of this is starting to catch up with higher income earners as well. When we think of people getting their cars repossessed, we naturally think of people with bad credit, unstable employment, and poor financial literacy. Now, subprime customers like this do still make up a majority of loan delinquencies and subsequent repossessions, but that is more or less a constant. Amongst this group of borrowers, there was a brief improvement in their loans around 2020 thanks to stimulus, lowered interest rates, and deferments on other debt. Today, however, the delinquency rates on their borrowing is more or less back to where it was before the pandemic. It's not good, but it's predictably not good. The assumption that a lot of these loans will not be repaid in a timely manner is why subprime auto loans have much higher interest rates. The real difference right now is
I got dizzy for a second.
delinquencies coming from people with average or even above average credit. Late payments amongst these groups have roughly doubled since before the pandemic, and even though the rate of their delinquencies is lower, they are a much larger group overall. So the total volume of bad debt
I don't like how nothing is labeled.
is really starting to creep up. We have mentioned it in almost every video this year, but the top 10% of households now account for over 50% of all consumption spending. Now, this statistic normally highlights the growing K-shaped economy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody in the top 10% is thriving either. A report by Goldman Sachs found that 40% of studied households earning more than $500,000 a year were living paycheck to paycheck. The top highlighted reasons were lifestyle inflation, living in expensive cities, and cars. Ironically, the households earning only $200,000 to $300,000 a year were doing considerably better, because they were less likely to be surrounded by people who think $500,000 weekend cars and vacation homes are a reasonable expense. Now, we are actually going to make an entire video about how the 1% is bankrupting themselves later this month, so make sure to subscribe if you're interested in that. Of course, there is more to it than just cars, but generally all of the financial shenanigans that have evolved over the last decade have been directed towards people with higher incomes. They are generally trusted with far more dangerous financial tools, and if they lose their high-paying jobs, which a lot of people are at the moment, they are every bit as likely to end up in the same financial trouble. Now, all of this is just one side of the story. The problems in the car industry are even more apparent on the manufacturer side. So go and watch this video next to find out how and why these companies have dug themselves into such a strange hole. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
I am subscribed to him. Definitely giving him a thumbs up. So I'm gonna rant for a moment. How best can I put this, right? So So when I say that I am running for governor, I do mean that I wish to put in what I believe to be the form of governance that is best fit for Christianity. Well, this does mean that I will be protecting it, right? You will not be able to join with this society unless you yourself are Christian. And this does mean that you believe and accept the faith that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior, God who took the form of man through the Virgin Mary, the virgin birth. And then he suffered taught, saved, healed, suffered, and then died on the cross to wipe away all of our sins. If you believe that, you can be a part of this society that I wish to build for all of us. Now, the rules we'll be following is the Constitution and Bill of Rights of the United States of America. Yeah. So, within this society, no stock market. We're closing it down. We're shutting it down forever. The bond market's fine. The bond market can stick around. We're good with you. So, when it comes to like cars and stuff, I am 100% on board with uh the right to repair, It's your car, you should be able to repair it. It's your tractor, you should be able to repair it. In and out, top to bottom. If there are any programs, you should have access to those to be able to access it. And if you make something with it, well, then you are then required to then spread it to the others in case you found something, because really that's what a good neighbor would do. So the business must also be the good neighbor. Now, the business, here's for example, right? If I had the money, I would start making my own light, like it would be a truck. It'd be like a K truck, but maybe a little bit bigger, because just kind of how the United States is. Uh, a, a sedan, a station wagon, a sedan, uh, a hatchback, and like a van, right? The truck and the van would be my idea for this one is you take that C frame, or even you could take the box frame still, but you weld or you build the shell to fit around the cage, around the frame. This way, you have a cage wrapped around the frame, so you have a vehicle that can be lower profile, but still have a full-on frame that can be used for towing and all that good stuff. And there would take very few changes to its design ever. But we would then also make the parts, and then you could just purchase the parts from us, because these would be OEM parts. Now, of course, we wouldn't make like performance parts if you wanted to do that kind of stuff, but that's what I would do for that aspect, right? Or at least that's the way it should work, whether you have a car, a truck, a tractor, a boat, whatever you have, you should be able to repair it yourself. And that's the issue with these 2-3 year car things. These expensive loans, they're selling you extra stuff you don't necessarily need, and they're doing it in a very wasteful manner. We can recycle like a lot of it, which is why I definitely say that you should support me as becoming Colorado governor, so I can begin the steps necessary to begin clearing out the landfills. Recycle, repurpose, cleanse the land, cleanse our water, our air, and of course education, because I know that those of you who have children, who will want children, even those of you who don't want children because you're like, I'll never have children, it's only because you don't feel it to be feasible in the way it is right now. So support me, because I can change this, not by changing or placing laws upon you, but by creating the environment that would support the family. Manga broke the US. Oh, that's 6 days ago. That's also 6 days ago. I want to watch this one because I like Costco. I mean, he's gotten already I have 0 views right now, but he's gotten plenty, so let's take a look at this one.
There are currently 914 Costco locations worldwide. They have opened warehouses in 14 countries, and within North America, there's usually at least one store within every major metropolitan area, and each one of them has changed the economy directly surrounding it in some unintuitive ways. Their busiest location, by far, is probably not where you would expect it. It's actually down here, just on the outskirts of Honolulu in Hawaii. Despite being
Look
only
at those solar
the
panels.
56th largest city in America and having 3 other Costco locations within an hour's drive, there is a good reason why this particular location does so much business. And
That's good. Having the solar panels on top of the Costco roof is very good. The Costco parking lot should have solar panels as
that
well,
will all
though.
start to make sense as you unpack
Where are the solar
Costco's
panels on the
unique
roof?
approach to local economics.
Where are those solar
While
panels?
the company doesn't release any official data on individual stores, the best estimate that can be made from their public financials is that this location alone did almost $500 million in sales within the last financial year. By revenue, this would make this one single store larger than most public companies. For comparison, that's more money going through these registers than the global operations of Denny's and Smith & Wesson. Now, apart from being possibly the most American sentence I've ever spoken, it highlights how these retail hubs can become a massive influence on a local economy, easily on par with other.
And a Costco-esque thing is basically what the militia general store would be. Like a lot of things in bulk.
Major employers like factories or mines. But then the question becomes, is that influence
Or
for the
everything
best?
in bulk, I should say.
There's a well-studied phenomenon that occurs when a big box retailer like a Walmart opens within a local area. Because of their huge economies of scale and unassailable pricing power, they force out smaller local competitors. The rate of business closures materially increases on blocks surrounding a new Walmart location, and when they become the only employer in town, it also pushes local wages down. This process is seen so consistently that economists have simply dubbed it the Walmart effect. Now, you might look at a Costco and see another large, low-price, big-box retailers and reasonably conclude that their effect would be exactly the same, right? Yes, of course, Costco requires a membership, but at their heart, they are both large variety retail operations that compete by offering lower prices than their competitors. However, despite these surface-level similarities, the recorded effect of a Costco opening is almost exactly the opposite. In 2023, Costco opened its 851st location in Gunma Prefecture, about an hour's drive outside of Tokyo. This area.
Also, for the militia general store, you do have to be. If you're active duty, you get immediate access. If you're reservist, you don't get access until you've completed at least 6 months worth of weekend, right? So 6 weekends, and you have to do at least one a month. So if you do like 5 one month, it does not count for the other 5 months. No, you still have to do another 1 day the next month.
Had not been immune to Japan's wider economic stagnation. Wages were suppressed and local businesses were running on razor-thin margins. Despite being close to the largest city in the world, Gunma primarily consisted of small farms, run-down warehouses, and local retailers serving local cost-conscious customers. But everything changed when the local Costco was built. When the company went and plonked a massive superstore right in the middle of what was a rice field, it radically reshaped the area. The first thing to change were local wages. Unlike the infamous Walmart effect, Costco pays even its entry-level floor staff very well. In Japan, these generous salaries were a big departure from most employers who hadn't given broad pay rises since the 1990s. In Gunma, people could work for the equivalent of $6.50 US an hour in local stores, farms, or warehouses. Or they could get a job at Costco, which was offering a starting salary of $10 an hour. For most locals, the choice was pretty clear, which forced surrounding businesses to raise wages to keep their staff. Within the first 3 months following the opening of Costco, local businesses reported paying their staff 40% more than they had before. Now, you might have expected that this would strain these small businesses that were already struggling to keep the lights on, but again, the opposite was true. Most of them saw a significant increase in foot traffic and revenues after this center opened. Unlike a Walmart or other similar retailers, Costco stores become a destination, attracting shoppers from a much wider area rather than just serving the community that was already there. A trip to Costco is something that average shoppers plan for in advance and don't do nearly as frequently as going to a regular retailer, and that's reflected in the data. The market research firm Numerator found that Costco shoppers went to the store half as often as Walmart shoppers, but when they were there, they spent more than twice as much on average. This data also self-selects for the fact that Costco shoppers need to pay a membership, and a lot of them will also shop at a Walmart or similar local alternative for their day-to-day needs. What this all means is that for an out-of-the-way town like Gunma in Japan, a Costco acted like a magnet, attracting people from more populated areas to come and do their shopping. Once they'd driven more than an hour from their home to get there, some of these customers were more motivated to make a day out of it by grabbing lunch at a local restaurant, assuming they didn't feel like a 200 yen glizzy in the Costco cafeteria. Now, this particular example was in Japan, but across the world the same effects are routinely witnessed. A
I like
Costco
Costco.
raises the floor on wages, but it makes up for it by bringing in more customers to an area. Now, especially in lower income areas, a new Costco also lets local businesses do something else that's just as important as it is unintuitive. It lets them raise prices. Now, I promise I'll explain how that can be a good thing, but to do that we also need to address a bigger question. A company can't run off good vibes and helping out the little guy because it's a nice thing to do. So, what's in all of this for Costco and their shareholders? It's not just Costco that gets your data when you sign up for a membership. Hundreds of companies hold your data, and some of them aren't so good at keeping it safe. That's why we're very pleased to be sponsored by Incogni. Your data is probably available online for scammers and spammers to buy. It's not your fault, it's mostly because big companies were careless with your data, even ones you'd think you could trust, like big banks, social media networks, or your ISP. So to stay ahead of the hackers and identity thieves, you can use Incogni to automatically scrub your existence from hundreds of known data brokers, where criminals could have found your email addresses, phone numbers, home address, and more. Poof, gone. They can't steal your identity if they have no idea who you are. Incogni can even delete specific instances of your info being leaked online. Just Google yourself and you might be surprised to find that news sites or even fitness apps are holding your info and sharing it. So if you go to incogni.com/micro or use our code MICRO at the link below, you'll not only get 60% off the annual plan, but you'll also be supporting this channel to continue making videos like the one you're watching. It's easy to anthropomorphize businesses and conclude that one has a nicer intention than the other. But the reality is that all public companies are beholden to their shareholders, who want to see maximized returns. The difference only comes from how they achieve that goal. Costco has cultivated a very good reputation with its employees and customers thanks to the way it's approached the market. In what limited public relations they do, the company is always quick to highlight their simple 4-point code of ethics. Obey the law, take care of our members, take care of our employees, and respect our suppliers. It sounds reasonable enough, but here's the thing. Almost every large public-facing company in the world has something similar. Here's Walmart's, here's Tesco's, here's Lockheed Martin's, and here is, or was, Enron's. These are basically always just standard issue corporate wank to give new hires something to read on their first day in the office. But Costco might actually be slightly different because of one line that most people would probably ignore. If we obey the law, take care of members, employees, and suppliers, then we will achieve our ultimate goal, which is to reward our shareholders. Credit where credit's due, they are being honest, that the only reason they are not openly breaking the law is because it's just bad for business. By that same logic, they aren't building up local economies and wasting billions of dollars on higher staff salaries every year for the warm fuzzies. They're doing it because it's good business. They are doing it to achieve their ultimate goal of rewarding their shareholders. Higher wages are a calculated choice which works in their business for 3 reasons. The first is that it does give them a bit of good PR. The brand perception of Costco is very valuable, and it helps to keep their members renewing every year. When it comes time to pay that annual fee again, a lot of people won't mind if they think they're supporting a business that supports their people. Doing whatever they can to maintain memberships is critically important because the rest of the business effectively breaks even after accounting for.
And if you don't want to be a member of the militia, but you still want to access the militia store, then yes, there is a subscription.
Their self-inflicted low margins and higher than average expenses. But beyond that, competitive wages are a calculated decision to cut down on staff turnover, and all you need to see this is to look at it both ways. On one hand, they pay their staff well above industry standard rates for a job that doesn't require a college degree. But on the other hand, their staff won't be able to find another job that pays as well unless they get a college degree. This means Costco is effectively buying staff loyalty, which for them has been a very good purchase. Hiring and training new staff to work across their stores takes a lot of time and it's not cheap. The industry standard churn rate for retail employees in big box stores is 60%, which means if 100 people start at the beginning of the year, only 40 of them will be left at the end. At Costco, by comparison, that churn rate is only 5.5%, saving them more on training and hiring expenses than they lose through those higher wages. But then, if just paying a good wage actually saves the business money, why don't the other big retailers do the same? Well, a report by the Harvard Business Review actually looked into that exact question, and they found that it only really worked for certain business models. Walmart, by comparison, runs on a churn and burn model that goes all the way up to the store level. Costco rarely, if ever, shuts down a store once it's established, and in the rare instances where they do, it's usually only because they've moved to a bigger location in the same area that will be operated by the same staff members. Walmart, by comparison, closes down stores all the time, and the roles that the team members play are more compartmentalized and easier to replace. There's also a greater promise of career progression. Walmart has more than 7 times as many stores, which means 7 times as many management positions up for grabs. Those management roles pay extremely well, and for some people it makes slugging it out in a minimum wage job worth it to justify the opportunity to climb up the ladder. Costco, by comparison, doesn't pay its management staff as competitively, and there are just naturally fewer positions on offer anyway because they run fewer locations. This means Costco needs to keep its staff satisfied with the job they have rather than one they could potentially get. Now, whatever the business reasoning, the effect on the local economy is still the same. A lot of people earning a good wage has a lot more of an impact than 2 or 3 people earning an astronomical wage. But again, for Costco, this is all part of the plan. Costco is not in competition with local business. In fact, it relies on them. A large portion of their overall revenue is driven by those same businesses stocking up on their own supplies. Costco blurs the line between a wholesale outlet and a retail store, which is ideal for small hospitality businesses in particular who may not have the scale to order in bulk directly from suppliers. This symbiotic relationship is further supported by another big misconception about the business. Costco is famous for having an extensive variety of products on offer, from gold bars and fine jewelry to coffins and your annual supply of loo roll. It seems like you really can buy anything from these stores. However, Costco actually offers far fewer individual items than other big box retailers. Walmart manages over 100,000 different stock keeping units. Amazon manages 600 million, while Costco only maintains around 4,000. One of the reasons for this is that while something like a jar of Nutella might be offered in several different sizes at a regular grocery store, at Costco you're getting it in a one-size-fits-all bucket or you're not getting it at all. This leaves an opportunity for local businesses to fill in niche markets, often by breaking up and selling the same items they purchased from Costco warehouses. A 2019 study published by the University of Massachusetts and the National Bureau of Economic Analysis found that after a Costco opened in a local area, prices at local businesses rose, but the reason why this was happening was because the Costco allowed them to move into higher margin products. People coming into the area on a shopping trip, in addition to the staff earning good wages, stimulated local demand, and more importantly, there wasn't the same need to supply budget items to cost-conscious consumers. If people needed groceries, they would go to Costco, but if they wanted something more unique, they would still need to patron local businesses. In plain English, prices rise, but buyer power is maintained because people have more money and a cost-effective supply of the essentials. It's almost like Costco is gentrifying an area in the best way possible. Back in Hawaii, this effect is particularly strong. Due to the logistical challenges of getting consumer staples shipped into the middle of the Pacific Ocean, a bulk supplier like Costco has become a linchpin for both consumers and small businesses. Prices are still much higher here than they are on the mainland, but they are significantly better than dozens of individual businesses trying to organize their own shipping. In its own weird way, the world's busiest Costco has also become a tourist destination in its own right. Most big box retailers can't get people to travel more than 15 minutes to do their shopping without it being too inconvenient. Costco can get people to travel across half an ocean. It's all the result of a business plan made to maximize shareholder value just like any other, but
We need to make some boats, and we need to have boats so that way we can. You know the thing where you can't go from one U.S. harbor to another U.S. harbor unless you are a U.S. ship stocked, captained with and crewed by U.S. Sailors, right? I would do that. I would 100% do that had I had the money. I would make my own cargo ships, and we'd go. We'd do the from U.S. port to U.S. port. From unfortunately California for now, but like from California to Hawaii and Alaska. We get the rest of the place connected, and I mean technically Guam as well. I don't know if they're a territory, but we could still get them if possible. You know, as U.S. efficiency and greatness.
undeniably effective. However, for all its successes, it's still not as large or dominant as Walmart, a company that has been the counterpoint to everything that made Costco successful. Watch this video next to find out how they did everything differently and still became one of the most powerful private economic entities in the world.
I didn't know this dude existed. I'm gonna sub to you. I'm gonna give you a like. Let's see what else you got. We'll check a second one of your videos. That mandated garbage one 4 weeks ago. Okay, we're watching it.
In 2010, a municipality in Tennessee started work on an infrastructure plan that was going to be a little bit sneaky.
Here's my infrastructure plan. This is for the train system. Guess what else we can do with the train system? We can also put a bunch of water and electrical lines down here as well. Because we're going to need to put electrical lines because the train itself is going to be an electric train, because that's the only type of train that can be had down there. But instead of having the third rail type thing, it'll be the overhead connector, the gantry type system.
They had received a federal grant from the Department of Energy to construct a digitally integrated electrical grid which would distribute energy to 170,000 customers in its district. The upgrade replaced the aging energy infrastructure with automated switches and real-time monitoring to give the utility provider...
Yeah, that's definitely something else that's going to happen. So, remember, I, as Colorado governor, your boy Coyote Thunder, right? When I say we will take over utilities as the state, you and I, this does mean we're going to upgrade all of the lines. This is going to be an example of some of that stuff. As well, you can kind of understand some pricing, so this way you can know how we'll also roll it in to my investment fund, which for that might have to take a look at a different video, maybe a Norway one. We'll see that.
More control over energy distribution while also reducing downtime from outages. According to the town's own energy board, the EPB, these modern upgrades would save $40 million a year in lost revenue from power outages, while also saving $3 million a year in maintenance costs on outdated tools. Now, local energy improvements are cool and all, but that's not what makes this story interesting. To connect all these switches and smart meters to homes, businesses, and their own control center, the town needed to lay down thousands of miles of network cables anyway. So they figured that, surely, there'd be no harm in extending those cables an extra few feet and using the new network to also carry internet traffic for all its energy customers as well. The new network was a massive improvement, to put it lightly. After the rollout was complete, the citizens of Chattanooga Municipality were getting internet speeds 200 times faster than the national average. Prices were also more competitive and coverage more consistent. In the years that followed, this town bucked the trend of mid-size Appalachian communities dying.
So here's the way I would do it, right? You know how we're going to upgrade all of the electrical lines. So we'll have the, say, nuclear power stations or the hydroelectric dams or the peaker plants. We'll take as many plants as we can or make as many as we can for ourselves while we're building the nuclear stations. So this way we can then inevitably shut them down. Not all of them, but like maybe shut down 1/3. So we'll keep 2/3 of them, but then those new 2/3 will be upgraded to being the most efficient that we can make with whatever innovations we can figure out. But this also means that the infrastructure within a city, the water, gas, electricity, internet, wastewater, all of that stuff will be upgraded. And what we'll do is similar to how Boost Mobile worked, right? Or I guess they used to work. Or now I guess Mint is the next one, right? But Mint's pretty good, but Mint uses the T-Mobile tower. So in this case, Colorado would be T-Mobile, and then the internet service providers would be Mint.
Out and actually started growing its local economy instead of moving out.
Now, the people, the technicians, would be trained by the state because it is our thing, right? So the only ones allowed to work on it are those trained by us, the state, because again, it is our stuff. So, but this way, it's not fully reliant on the state to make sure everything is upgraded and up to date. The companies, because they will be trained by the state on how to do everything, will be able to make sure everything is still up and running and good to go. So even if like all of those companies shut down, we'll still have the state who knows and is able to maintain the internet lines while, say, something else happens, say a new company comes about. And again, this is a super hyperbolic type thing, right? But say all those companies go out of business because financial upheaval, right? But the state, we're able to ride it out because we're so solid and set. The companies might get washed away, but the bones, us, the people, the state that is the Colorado will not be washed away. So while that's happening, right, the state's doing like the minimum. And the minimum is what you kind of got to deal with when shit's going sideways. And then once everything kind of relaxes and then the businesses can pick back up, right? New people, we will also still train. They will go off and do the work for the new service provider.
To big cities, young people
I'm
were
ready.
actually moving
Follow me.
in,
Come on.
attracted by a growing ecosystem of online businesses and predictable
King
online work.
Baldwin.
Today, it proudly
I'm not
calls
like
itself
I'm not
the
you.
gig
I'll not
city,
be him.
as the few $1 million
I'm not
a year
him.
in savings from the electrical grid have paled in comparison to the billions of dollars generated in the economy, all thanks to having fast, reliable, cost-effective internet. Other telecom companies saw this economic potential and the billions of dollars that could be generated from these comparatively modest investments, and unequivocally committed to never letting it happen again. Major internet service providers have lobbied relentlessly to ensure that what happened here couldn't be repeated anywhere else across America.
I'm not going to listen to the corporations. Corporations go, fuck yourself. We're going to do this.
The industry has since collectively spent over $1 billion to influence laws designed to work against these public networks. Representative groups funded by these same companies have also routinely sued city governments for even considering offering something similar to their people. If all that wasn't enough, they also spent a lot of money airing some of the most boomer-pilled ads you've ever seen.
You can't expect a policeman to unclog your drain. You shouldn't ask a teacher to change your oil. And you wouldn't want a fireman to clean your teeth. So why would we let politicians take over our internet service? That's just not what they do.
Because here's the thing. I grew up in the generation with the internet. I know how it works. I can explain to you how it works. I can listen to a dude explain to other people how it works, and I can understand what he's talking about. Signals, frequencies, density of cables, transfer rates, bit rates. I get it. I have a very overview, right? But I can dig down. That's the best part about this. the more you know on the surface, the more and the more you're willing to learn, the further you can dig into any topic.
Experience proves government-run networks mean waste, corruption, and failure.
Only
Their
mean
objective
corruption
was
because of
pretty clear. Limit competition
the
so they
people.
could charge higher
I can
prices
fix it
for a
because
worse
I'm angry.
service. And it absolutely
Bureaucracy.
worked. A study by the
Bureaucracy's the
International
corruption.
Telecommunications Union found that Americans were paying 3.2% of their net income in broadband bills, a number largely pushed up by consumers in the USA specifically. Here in the People's Republic of Europe, by comparison, we pay just 1.1%. However, this is more than just another story about corporate lobbying ruining everything. I know that alone is not going to shock any of you anymore. Instead, what you should probably know about is exactly how this industry has been so
Did he say the People's Republic of Europe? He did. I know he did, and that's weird.
effective at shaping the law in a way that's clearly against the best
Europe
interests
is the
of people.
continent.
Oh, and also the ways that other ISPs have watched America and are now slowly starting.
Unless, hey, if Europe decided to follow the United States of America, I'm down for that. Because you're basically the United States. We're approximately the same land mass. Each state is approximately the same state size as one of your. Oh, we're bigger actually. Is bigger than each one of your states, right? So, if you become the United European States, aha, aha, ah, adopt our Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
To pull the same tricks in other countries as well. Information has a global supply chain with journalists, experts, partisans, and talking heads all working to get their
Get one of these. Adopt it. Because this is, again, this and this is what the Colorado will be built upon. So, we'll finish this video,
version of events in
and
front
then
of
we'll
you on a
read
daily basis.
Mark 1.
That's why I trust Morning Brew to cut through the noise and give me the basics of what's really going on, and we're really excited that they're our first sponsor on Micro. A recent
Matthew.
newsletter talked about the 996 grind set trend, where lots of young professionals are working from 9 AM till 9 PM 6 days a week just to get ahead of their competition. I hadn't heard of the trend, and while I'm no workaholic, I definitely resonate with the feeling of having too much to do and too little time to do it in. A good reminder to shut off the laptop more often and get outside, because I'd rather spend less time keeping up on new trends or business than I already do. That's why Morning Brew's free, quick, and easy to digest newsletter gives me just useful and timely information that I want with no fluff or spin. This newsletter has over 4 million readers now, and if your work involves business, finance, or tech, or you just want to know what's really happening before the spin doctors get to it, and all in less than 5 minutes a day, you might want to join them. It's completely free and takes less than 15 seconds to sign up, so click the link in the description to sign up for Morning Brew for free, or scan the QR code on screen now. Okay, so most industries where political lobbying is highly effective have a few things in common. The first and absolute most important variable
Bribery. That's all lobbying is. It's bribery.
is complexity. Think of all of the industries that have most successfully shaped laws in their favor. Pharmaceuticals, healthcare, banking, and of course technology are all the domains of highly educated career professionals. So even if lawmakers really were acting in the best interest of their constituents, they often depend on these industries to explain what it is they actually do. But follow along for the next 2 minutes and I promise you'll understand more about how the internet works than 99% of the politicians passing laws about this stuff. When you sent a naughty picture to your friend via MSN Messenger, or whatever it is you kids are using these days, the connection between you and them is not nearly as direct as you might think. When you upload that image, what you're actually doing is sending data packets to the server hosting the chat. Those packets will go out through your router, through a last mile connection to your home, to a headend or network hub which is either owned or operated by your telecommunications company, or they'll lease out capacity from a third-party provider. This central aggregation center will then send those data packets through internet exchange points where traffic is mixed together between different providers before it's directed to a Microsoft server, which will save these data packets locally. Since Microsoft and MSN Chat pride themselves on speedy communications even with larger files, the server will also send those packets out to be saved at various other servers around the world to form something called a content delivery network. The reason why you can watch this very video and skip seamlessly through that ad a minute ago is because YouTube makes copies that it then sends out to thousands of data centers that it's strategically positioned around the world to make sure you can always connect to a server with low latency where you live. As something of a balancing act to save on storage, extremely popular videos across the site will be stored on almost every data center around the world, where smaller, more market-specific content might only get hosted in a few dozen. For security and competition reasons, Google doesn't actually publicly share how it handles this data behind the scenes. In the case of your photo though, the server will send a copy of those packets back out through the public exchange points and across the ocean using an undersea cable. A quick but interesting little detail is that Microsoft actually uses its own cable, MAREA, which spans from Bilbao in Spain to Virginia Beach in the US. It laid this particular undersea cable in partnership with Meta to handle their immense bandwidth requirements, since on any given day they're sending petabytes of data back and forth between Europe and North America. But anyway, at either end of the ocean, this cable connects to more exchange points which will eventually direct those data packets to another Microsoft server in North America where the copy will be saved. Then, when your friend reads the chat, their computer will connect through their ISP's network, through their own head end, through the exchange points to the local Microsoft server to request the image it will then send to them back down through the same pipe. Now that is the extremely basic breakdown of an extremely basic online interaction. I'm sure even then there are going to be a few actual network engineers in the comment section telling me what an idiot I am. However, the point is, your internet experience depends on so many delicate interactions between companies, governments, and cooperatives that it's frankly a small miracle that it works at all. If the average person can't wrap their head around it, then what hope do average lawmakers have?
I can wrap my head around it. It
Technical
makes sense.
complexity is mixed with a lot of legal complexity, which lets internet companies slip in laws tailored massively in their favor using three general arguments. Number 1, it's expensive. Number 2, nobody else can do it properly apart from them. And most importantly, providing an uncompetitive internet service is a God-given right laid out by the founding fathers in the Constitution. I am not joking. A majority of the problems average...
Hold on. We have it right before us. What did he say?
Nobody else can do it properly apart from them. And most importantly, providing an uncompetitive internet service is a God-given right laid out by the founding fathers.
The Constitution of the United States of America, 1787. We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure dominance. I cannot speak. Starting again, my apologies. The Constitution of the United States of America, 1787. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity. Do ordain and establish the Constitution of the United States of America. Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. I will have to read through this one a lot more in a lot further detail and treat it similar to how I treat the Bible. Although the Bible is a bit of a puzzle, I do believe that the founding fathers did put a puzzle within these documents as well. So,
in the Constitution. I am not joking. A majority of the problems average consumers have with their internet happens right down here in the connection between their ISP's head end and their home. Back in 1999, that last mile connection in Broward County had been installed and was managed exclusively by Comcast. Unsurprisingly, with no other options available, the service was not great, even by 1990s standards. The city attempted to introduce an ordinance that would allow other internet providers to share utility cables and bring some competition to the marketplace. Their argument was that since Comcast was using public poles and public land to run their network, they should be open to public competition. However, they did not like this idea, so they sued the city. When this case went to court, Comcast and a group of industry lobbyists argued that they were the press
bribers,
because they made programming choices about what messages to deliver and, more importantly, what messages to not deliver. In this case, the messages they were choosing not to deliver were any data packets carried by their competitors. What's more is that if the city government forced them to deliver these data packets via this new ordinance, that would violate their rights to free speech and free press as outlined in the First Amendment of the Constitution. It sounds dumb because it is dumb. But the judge sided with them, and now this ruling has been used as a foundation any time a local government tries to take away their rights to hold a local monopoly. Of course, cities like Chattanooga got around this problem by just building their own last-mile network. But the ISPs had a plan for that as well. Just like last-mile deliveries, last-mile connections are a major upfront investment with a lot of technical and practical barriers to entry. Local governments want to build this infrastructure because it will be popular with their voters who will appreciate the good internet. And the federal government has also pushed programs for better connectivity because it's aware of the larger economic benefits. So what the ISPs have done is target state-level governments, specifically with a barrage of lobbying and political donations. They've argued that if local councils are allowed to build this infrastructure themselves, they could go bankrupt given how expensive and difficult it is to build those networks. That would mean that the state government would have to bail them out, presenting a significant financial burden that could be avoided if only they just let private enterprise handle it all for them. They've also argued that any attempt by the federal government to build out this infrastructure is a violation of state sovereignty. So they physically bottlenecked connections at the local level and legally bottlenecked them at the state level. It's all very transparent, but the average voter just doesn't understand how these systems work, so there's little risk to lawmakers who side with these companies. Now, if there's any actual pushback, the final argument is old, reliable, free market efficiency. If companies can't guarantee captive customers in a given area, they won't have any incentive to reinvest or innovate because they won't own that market.
They have no reason to reinvest because remember, Ford v. Dodge, or Dodge Brothers v. Ford, founded that any profit must go to the shareholders first. This means that nothing can be reinvested. Not a dime, maybe just a little bit, just enough to kind of keep themselves afloat. But everything else goes to the shareholders, not to truly upgrading anything, because that costs too much money. That would cut into the profits too much.
Has been the general messaging of a lot of industry groups running those dumb ads. But the problem is, they aren't innovating anyway. 15 years later, the broadband in Chattanooga is still some of the fastest anywhere in America. And other internet service providers are allowed to compete in the same market if they want to, proving that
which again, that's why I'm saying the way I'm going to do it is going to be easier. It'll make more sense because we will just build the infrastructure and anyone can rent off of it, including those big people. But because it's our system, because we are the state, well, we're going to make you. You're required to. It doesn't matter what the law says. We are going to overturn the law because we find what you to be doing is abuse of the law.
Competition doesn't stifle innovation, it encourages it. But if you're feeling smug laughing at the Americans, you should probably know that telecommunications companies across the world have seen how lucrative shaping laws in America has become, and they are trying to do the same thing by pushing the technical limitations of their own local laws. It's also not just internet services that fall victim to this strange blend of private enterprise protected by public
Damn
legislation
chemtrails.
either. As I was putting this video together, Hank Green released a video about electrical companies pulling the same kind of shenanigans in Georgia. So if you're from there, I'll leave a link to that video below as required watching.
We're gonna
One last
watch
thing
it.
that holds the US back is that it costs a lot more to service sprawling suburbs compared to more densely populated cities and towns across Europe and Asia.
Hold on. Do you guys remember the map? Do you remember this? So imagine I have to open up a new thing because it's the draw circles. I like this one. 1.5. We're zooming in. I've done this so often I can get very close to where I need to. There it is. This is the courthouse. Which means I can see it better like this, perhaps. You know what? We're replacing it with the Pioneer Museum. This is now the oh no, it's over here. I remember that now. Because City Hall. Yeah, no. It's here. City Hall. We have to stick with City Hall. I remember because this is where the city to city train is going to be. So now we're going to go with just one. Let's also go ahead and zoom in on City Hall. If I can remember where it is. There it is. City Hall. Yeah, one final one. Because I recognize it from here. City Hall. Okay. So, here's how this is going to work. Actually, I'll keep this open. It won't let me do like a more, okay, whatever. So, imagine this. This first half mile here, because, you know, this is where the train is, right? Then a half mile out. This whole section would be, what's it called? Let me also put another one over here because I know the other one is over. So this is Penrose St. Francis, I believe. Yes, Penrose St. Francis Health Center. So this is another one. And then, because I remember there being another one over here, and this is the one that is by the Safeway. There's the Safeway. It's actually going to be closer to like over here, right? But this is where one of them is, right here. Now, I highlight these areas because the way we're going to look at it is that within this circle, we have the medium density. This is we're copying Paris, France, basically, right? But it's gonna be, instead of their kind of Gothic style, this will be a very much Art Nouveau, designed to blend in with nature, because we're gonna make sure we also plant tons of trees, have tons of shrubbery, flowers for native pollinators, all that good stuff, right? We're also gonna teach people how and when to harvest fruit, when it'll be available, and things like that, right? And how we can make it so. And then, we can do something with that as like a community, right? Something with the church. The church, so all of the fruits and stuff that are planted across the city, where that circle is. Because wait a minute, the church is gonna be over here. Either way. But this whole area, right? This is the medium density, the 4 stories mixed use zone. The bottom floor can be, for the businesses. Offices can be down there, martial arts gyms, regular workout gyms, grocery stores, watch repair. Because remember, right to repair is a thing that everyone should have. You can have leather working stuff, glass blowing, like cups, little stores like that, bodegas. Uh, but these can be more specialized, created by people within Colorado, right? Now, this does mean that, again, this has to be a revolution to where us as the people are also understanding that we're going to be buying for longevity. The longer it can last, the better. This is not to say that the new stuff shouldn't still be made, but the stuff that we do make should be that of a higher quality, and we should be able to recycle the old stuff. Like, hey, I bought this glass set from you here. You made it like this, and then they move on to a new style, and you're like, you know what? I would like to get that new style. So you bring back your old stuff. They can break it down, melt it back down into glass, giving you then a discount or whatever. You could pay the price of them making the new stuff if you wanted to as well. It's a circulation type method. It just held right within us. But regardless, tailor shops, haircuts, all of that stuff could be in this area, right? And again, like I said, offices, banks, the whole everything, right? And then I don't know if you noticed, there were 4 dots at either end, right? So imagine that here, but each one of those dots is a very large parking garage, right? It's basically half a block, right? We'll say, yeah, we'll say it's about a block of this whole block is just a giant parking garage, right? Something that can hold like a bunch of cars and can be very safe when holding those cars. This way, and you'll have 4, one here, one here, one here, and one here, right? Cars can still make it through the middle and stuff because we're still going to need, like, for deliveries, for emergency vehicles, even if you're just driving, because people sometimes might need to park there because they're only staying there for a little bit. Now, that does not, parking there is going to be more expensive, but it's going to be like $2 an hour. Yes, to park your car there, $2 an hour. But it'll be $2 a day to park it in the parking garage. Now, the parking garage, of course, on the roof will have solar panels, and there will be the electric vehicle chargers. As much as I dislike the electric vehicles, we still got to support them, but they will be more so on the outside behind it. And then, so that'll be the 4-story, like, condo style apartment buildings, right? all with the Art Nouveau, all with like trees up and down, and those trees will have the fruits and stuff, which will be managed by the church, and the church will then harvest those. Now, again, cars, whatever, right? We would want to reduce those, but also we would make the roads themselves out of the Roman concrete because we have the recipe. We can make it, right? Then from here to here, this is the 1 mile from the center. So again, the center being City Hall. This is the 1 mile, half-mile to 1 mile distance. This would there would be just some more fringe to the edges uh for the 4-story condo type things, but then it'll switch more to uh fourplexes, duplexes, the multi-family type houses, still with like mixed use, but instead it'll be like a row of houses, right? But a row of fourplexes with some to walk, backyards for everybody. And then like within this area, there would be multiple uh, you know, blocks that have not only parks, but also like little convenience store, restaurant type things, all just speckled throughout this area with the homes. So convenience stores, uh, yeah, mainly like convenience stores, other little shops, little cafes still as well, grocery stores, schools. Well, the schools will be throughout all the area, right? But we could really do that. And then this section, the 1.5 mile to sorry, the 1 mile to the 1.5 mile, this could be more, maybe some single family homes, right? Because people still want to have some single family homes. You could have your single family homes, but they would still have the option for you know stuff to be within these. So you could still be in the suburbs. I would say people who are going to be in the suburbs should be able to maximize their land availability so that way they can begin like farming and whatnot, even like gardening on a small scale. But build your house to the most optimal so you and your neighbor can grow the most. Yes. And then encourage people to garden. There'd be community gardens, there'd be all that stuff. And then of course, there'd be a big old cathedral here, which you could enter into your voluntary poverty, work for the church, live at the church, be fed by at the church by your works. You know, your days would be spent uh, studying and reading the Bible, other books, uh, and or learning something like a trade, one of the many things. We'd also have like 40 acres. But and again, right, this is the dense area, but then over here is the least dense area. And this is the medium dense. And we can copy this all around. This wouldn't be the 15-minute cities, right? Because say there's a place over here that has something that is not here. Well, to get that there, you would have to go from here to there. And while you're here, walk around, get to know your city, get to know your home, where you live. Go to the see, you're even real close to what is this? Uh, Garden of the Gods, right here. Take that, go for a walk around, come back, head back to your home. And guess what? We could run the internet as well.
Companies and industry groups also really like to highlight as a significant cost driver, and that's fair enough. Except for the fact that this line of reasoning is almost always used as a way to ask the government for financial assistance to help them build a network that they will have a monopoly over. The Institute for Local Self-Reliance published a comprehensive list of these monopolized networks that were built using public funds, which is not great by itself, but to steal a line from the old crew, it gets worse. If a local government has already contributed millions of dollars in financial assistance to one company to build out their network, they're not going to spend the same money all over again to help out another company. So what they end up effectively doing is creating a publicly funded moat protecting a private business from public competition. Anyway, if you think this system is dumb, go and watch this video next to find out how the financial system is undermining the way the economy is supposed to operate.
Corporatism. He gets it. I'll be back. I need some water. Oh, it's transformed chat. I gotta pee. Oh, my goodness. Fern, the dumb design of modern cars. I think I want to take a look at that one. Oh, wait a minute. We got to read the Gospel according to Matthew. The genealogy of Jesus Christ. In the book of genealogy of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham, Abraham was the father of Isaac. Isaac was the father of Jacob. Jacob was the father of Judah and his brothers. And Judah and his father, Perez and Zariah and Tamir, and Perez and the father of Hezron, and Hezron the father of Ram, and Ram the father of lots of fathers, right? Let's skip over it. If you want to read it, you can. We will get towards the end, right? All of them lead to Jacob, the father of Joseph, and the husband of Mary, and of whom Jesus was born, who is called the Christ. So that is the lineage. So all the generations of Abraham to David were 14 generations, and from David to the departure to Babylon, 14 generations, and from the departure of Babylon to the Christ, another 14 generations. So 14 generations. The birth of Jesus Christ. Now, the birth of Jesus Christ took place in this way. When his mother, Mary, had been betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found to be with child from the Holy Spirit. And her husband, Joseph, being a just man and unwilling to put her to shame, resolved to divorce her quietly. But as he considered these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not fear to take Mary as your wife, for that which is conceived in her is from the Holy Spirit. She will bear a son, and you shall call his name Jesus, for he will save his people from their sins. All this took place to fulfill that what the Lord had spoken by the prophet. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and they shall call him Emmanuel, which means God with us. When Jacob woke from sleep, he did as the angel of the Lord commanded him. He took his wife, but knew her not until she had given birth to a son, and she called him Jesus. I don't know if I should. Oh, that's it. That's what it is. That's chapter 1, or Matthew 1. But I noticed something. So the genealogy is definitely something that I would recommend you check out with like Nuxtaku, because he's going through it. And you can absolutely check the genealogy and stuff, right? Because he'll go over like Abraham, Moses, Adam, Isaiah, Levi, all them dudes, right? But the Protestants say she was the forever virgin, but it says right here, 25. He took just a little bit before. He took his wife, but knew her not until she had given birth to a son. Knew her not until. So, Jesus and then Mary could be with her husband. It's right there. I did not make it up. I'm not that clever. Let's take a look at this stupid car design. Oh, then okay, this is right to repair entirely, and I hope you understand why. 43K, more people view.
Our washing machine broke and my mom had to buy a new one. That GE washing machine lasted 24 years. My mom used what little money we had to purchase an Almond Whirlpool LSR 7010 in 1995. Well, how would I even remember that when I was so young? Well, because 20 years later, when I got into the appliance repair industry, my mom gave me that washing machine to sell. And as far as I know, that washing machine is still out there running almost 10 years later. I gave my mom a new washing machine about 2 years ago. And the truth is, it's already been in a YouTube video for a failure. It was a Maytag MVW 4505, and it has 2 or 3 points of concern. And I think it may not last more than 5 years. Why is it that I can still have working units like this Kenmore, the GE refrigerator, or even this old Maytag machine from the 1930s running while my newer Frigidaire already has the shelves break on it and the washing machines are failing? Today, we're going to discuss the decline of the appliance industry in my experience, and we're also going to see if there's any chance that old reliable machines could ever make a comeback so that we can have more appliances that would last like they did from the 1930s instead of appliances that are barely going to be purchased new that make it to the 2030s. Who's really to blame for all these problems? Some people claim that it's the government's fault due to mandates. Other groups will say that it's evil corporations making
It is the evil corporations. They're doing it for planned obsolescence for two purposes: to keep taking your money and to destroy and waste the resources that we have, which are so precious, but they waste them in plastic and all this other broken garbage.
things with planned obsolescence.
Which is why you should support me still, so that way we can empty the landfills, get everything that still works out, get it fixed up, repaired as best we can, get it reworking if we can't, recycle as much of what we can still use out of it, whatever can't, incinerate it, and then that ash can then be crushed even further and then spread amongst somewhere. We can put it with other dirt. I don't know. That's probably the only thing that we have at this moment is that incineration. Ooh, mix it in with cement, like volcanic ash, right? Like superheat it to molten, and then, if it's ash at that moment, we could honestly just spread it out super thin across a vast area, and then it would have to be kind of watered, but we do something.
Others are just going to say that it's friendly features. But when it comes to all these things, what is the real answer? Well, in typical American fashion, we're going to just play a game. We are going to play something I'm going to call...
Ooh, we could run water through it to get all of the harmful stuff out of it, centrifugify it, so that way we can separate the harmful stuff from the water. So we can keep reusing that water to keep cleaning the ash, and then once the ash is clean, it can then be spread throughout the mountain.
The blame game. So why are we doing this video now? I made one of the top videos on YouTube about the best refrigerators to buy a few years ago. Nestled somewhere in the comments, someone actually claimed to be an engineer for one of the major appliance companies. Turns out, after vetting his credentials, not only was he a former engineer for one of the major appliance companies in the US, he let me interview him for a few hours, and I got to actually ask him all the questions I could think of, and he helped me fill in the pieces of the puzzle that I didn't have. Although the problem with that interview is that due to the fear of lawsuits from the company he worked for, I can't really share that interview because everyone would figure out exactly who he is, so you have to trust whatever B-roll footage we're showing right now in the video. But before we even start the game and fun here, it's important to quantify the problem. Are appliances even breaking down? Most of what we hear about with appliances sucking are just opinions and anecdotes, and facts are somewhat hard to find. Depending on your ability to search, the general claim is that a properly maintained washing machine or refrigerator is going to last about 10 to maybe 12 years at the very most. But in practice, most of you know that 10 to 13 years is quite generous. For my interview with the engineer, the direct...
A washing machine should last a minimum of like 20 years. We have the technology. We could make this happen.
Statement is that appliances have a max target of a 10-year lifespan. And when I was at ASTI 2025 this year,
honestly, they could be indefinite so long as they're just easy to repair.
Corporate trainers themselves fixing the appliances said that real-world numbers are closer to 5 or 6 years for washing machines and 7 to 9 years for refrigerators like this one. It's a far cry from the public claims of reliability, about 40% lower than what they say is real. The White Goods Trade Association openly stated, which backs me up, that washing machine lifespans are actually closer to 7 years, and I find that to be closer to the truth, having repaired thousands of recycled appliances. What is considered industry standard today was not true 20 years ago. Then you have experts on the matter like Mike Zemeski from the Repair Association, which quoted other old school units like my mom's as having an average lifespan of between 15 and 20 years. Now, maybe my mom's Whirlpool was an outlier, but it's pretty clear they just don't build them like they used to. So who's the real culprit in this? So let's spin the wheel and get to the bottom of the problem. So first on the blame game, we're going to talk about the letter C, complexity, the difference between my grandma's refrigerator and the new one. In some ways, not much has changed in the past 70 years for refrigerators. But while social media is absolutely obsessed with the cool features of old refrigerators like the 1956 Frigidaire Imperial Cold Pantry, it's the parts that you don't actually see at the front of a refrigerator that have changed a lot over the past 70 years, causing some of the problems that you have today. Early refrigerators essentially had no moving parts in them whatsoever, other than one central piece, which is the compressor that's down underneath. But over time, this one moving piece wasn't good enough for consumers. Refrigerators with separate cabinets were developed, changing the concept of just a small cold ice box for frozen goods into a large, dedicated, sophisticated room for frozen treats. Fans, dampers, channeling systems were added in the cooler cabinet to distribute air, which allowed for truly separate cabinets to store your fresh foods and frozen goods in. And even though these things are really good for consumers, each feature brings a lot more problems to your appliances. There is a trade-off between convenience and complexity that causes problems. You have ice makers, water dispensers, door lights, filters, and more has followed in their wake, making modern refrigerators and all appliances monstrosities. Because it's not, again, just refrigerators. Every appliance has seen huge amounts of components that are now in machines, from washing your clothes to drying your clothes or cooking your food. Stoves, for example, have gone from simple knobs and dials to being so complex they have multiple control boards inside of them, and in the case of this, there's no freaking dials on it at all. There are so many boards on this, the Duggar family may as well have branded their own assembly control boards that are just packed inside this piece of crap. Washing machines, too, added levels of complexity
that they
such as
don't need.
auto leveling and water adjustments with enhanced spin controls that offer a quieter, faster spin in your home. But the problem is that each layer of complexity adds new points of failure. Famed Scottish engineer Montgomery Scott once said in 1984 that the more they overthink the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain. And this is true for everything from Starships to Samsungs. Even the most well-built item is going to have failures if there's just too many pieces and features in it. It's why the design principle of Keep It Simple Stanley has always been an acronym for a very long time. Every time a new part gets added to a machine, it's just one more area that could have a problem that goes wrong, and there are a lot of areas that can break in a modern machine that would cause the entire system just not to work. But complexity doesn't really solve all the problems, though, does it? Appliances have had a lot of features in them for quite some time. Why are things so bad now? After all, that eternally lasting Harvest Gold refrigerator meme from the 70s or 80s had half the features that I talked about. So let's go ahead and start talking about the next C on the wheel. Next, corporations. After all, they have the items, they make them, so they have to bear a significant part of the blame, right? And this is where my engineering interview comes into play. Since the guy I talked to built some of the monstrosities, in my email and Zoom interviews that I had with him, he told me that when they design the appliances, they actually start with good intentions, wanting them to last as long as possible. To do that, the engineers design the appliances incorporating FMEA, or failure mode effect analysis. They figure out all the points of failure that are on a machine, like say a refrigerator could have within the 10-year lifespan that they've been told that the machine should last, and they pass along their findings on to the next set of engineers. This could be anything from relays to racks, door switches to drawers. Then when they can produce that prototype refrigerator, they start testing all of these areas and far more rigorously. Something as simple as a door hinge could be opened and closed 100,000 times to ensure that the metals are thick enough to withstand normal household use. Then once they've found those failures and fixed them, the refrigerator is released into the wild. But there's also a last step in preventing failures, and that is when it's delivered to the customer and a part fails under warranty. Warranties are absolutely horrific for corporations because it requires paying a repairman to fix the unit, and in secret, that is very, very expensive for a corporation to go out and actually deal with the warranty. This is the part of the story that leads to fears that everyone has with appliances, and that's technical obsolescence. The idea that things are destined to fail just outside of warranty, and the truth is that's exactly what happens. Because if Bob Ross is the master of happy accidents, then the appliance industry is the master of the unhappy accident out of warranty failure. Because according to our engineer buddy, the true cost of making an appliance versus what you actually pay for it is very high, unlike, say, clothing or shoes. His example of the appliance he actually built was that it cost the corporation about $600 to produce between the raw materials, the tools, the dies, the engineering team, and anything else that was involved from creating the unit to getting it ready for the store. So that ends up getting sold for about $1,400, but it doesn't include the price that they sell it to the big box store, shipping, or any other things that are incidentally happening. So by the time that you end up buying it, the factory may only have $100 to $200 profit on a $1,400 item, which is not a great margin compared to other industries out there. And the problem here is if the unit breaks down under warranty, it could cost well over multiple hundreds of dollars to fix. And given those margins we talked about, it means that a company that has an appliance breakdown could have to sell 10 more of that same appliance just to make up the loss from that one big issue, which is why appliance companies will avoid warranty failures like the plague. And that puts a huge burden also on the engineers to avoid those in-warranty failures. That's why the industry sees systemic failures outside of warranty, is because, well, they just don't care. But you do have situations that end up happening outside of warranty that are huge problems, like the LG linear compressor, which ended up being heavily publicized, and there may even be class action lawsuits. And my understanding is when Maytag had their giant failures in the 2000s, the industry changed a lot of things and restructured how warranties and warranty services are handled, which altered the market for companies, resulting in to make sure that units are longer lasting inside of warranty rather than make them longer lasting in total lifespan. The likelihood that you get a lemon today is much lower than it was in the 90s, but again, the chances of you getting a long-lasting machine is also reduced. And of course, the issue there is that you, the consumer, have to deal with those out-of-failure warranties, which is why we've made so many YouTube videos on the channel about how to fix appliances that have ended up helping a lot of people, but I always die a little bit inside when we have to document how bad these machines really are. Do the corporations care about these failures? The answer
No.
to that is, well, kind of. When I pressed the engineer, he said that there's no real grand conspiracy to make refrigerators fail outside of the warranty period. The bigger problem, though, is that engineers finding a way to fix the failures is a tricky process. Let's say we have this fridge here and a control sensor fails on it. What caused the unit to stop cooling down? Why did it fail? Was it because the cabinet's moisture wasn't accounted for after 6 years of use and the harness wasn't sealed with the proper grade silicone? Or was it just because a toddler smashed the evaporator cover with a bottle after a Cocoa Melon bender? Or was it that the part was just really designed to last 5 years and the part supplier was dishonest to the OEM? The answer is the corporation may not even know that. The truth of why the problem existed may never get back to the corporation for them to even take a shot at solving the problem. One issue that I found out about in talking to the engineer was that the corporate culture for engineering has changed vastly in the past 40 years. My favorite story in the history of appliances comes from Whirlpool in the 1980s. The Whirlpool Corp decided to go make a brand new washing machine that would replace their venerable belt-driven wig-wag washing machine, which was invented on or about in 1950. They took their engineers and instead of putting them in a lab, they put them out in technician vans to ride along with the people that fixed them to understand what made that Whirlpool so great, but also where its problems and failures were. And from a design perspective, that machine, the wigwag, was very reliable, but it ended up being quite difficult to service for technicians by comparison to other designs from, say, Maytag or GE in that era. The result of all of that work by Whirlpool was the Design 2000 washing machine, which was otherwise known as the direct drive washer. It was built in 1984, and it became the cornerstone of Whirlpool's washing family for decades. And the older style wigwag washer was wonderfully withdrawn within Whirlpool's warehouses worldwide. 40 years later, many technicians tend to think that it was the holy grail of washer technology, both in terms of performance, but also its serviceability. This is the part that the engineer actually told me about on camera that would cause all the lawsuits and cease and desist letters, because he said very bluntly that corporate culture that made that Design 2000 direct drive washing machine simply doesn't exist at most companies anymore. Engineering is now being outsourced to the lowest bidder for appliance design. Invaluable internal experiences among engineering groups are being replaced for cheaper teams that aren't actually specialized in building appliances. For many of the appliance companies that are out there on the market or in my studio or in my sales part, they're taking Boeing's model where one door closes, another door opens a little bit too seriously, and it's causing a lot of problems with your appliances. Another part of the blame game here is that the people that helped get rid of the old reliable designs, and that would be, well, the governments. Rules end up getting revised under various administrations. Although they're great to reduce energy consumption for helping us save the planet Earth, the press releases from the government taking credit never really reveals the certain externalities of the regulations themselves. Energy mandates in, say, a refrigerator may mean that simplistic defrost timers get replaced with adaptive electronic ones. Single speed motors are replaced with variable speed ECMs. Simple mechanical dampers are replaced with multiple evaporator systems such as three-way switching valves and more, all in an effort to meet Department of Energy efficiency standards. And it's not just the energy standards that have improved over time, but it's what also powers the exchange of, say, heat in refrigerators. Since 2021, US manufacturers had to switch to R600 isobutane. Although many people argue the properties of the refrigerants, it isn't that the R600 is necessarily bad. It means that there are tons of parts in a refrigerator that have to be switched around and validated and proven as reliable, and the results end up being, well, rather explosive. Did you get it? That's an isobutane joke because R600 is a class 3 refrigerant and it likes to explode and take kitchens out. Well, at least I thought it was funny. Washers now require mandated weight sensors to detect poundage and volumes of laundry to dispense the government mandated amount of water in machines. New washers also have to be built to withstand certain spin speeds to extract water, which is better for the environment, but it also introduces additional vibrational forces to every component, changing the durability as opposed to, say, the older trunnion style systems from yesteryear, and the motor and belt system as opposed to brushless direct drive motors or inverter based motor systems. Oftentimes, all of these different design changes can throw variables into the market that can't be predicted up front. Even though the government has a major part to play in this, it isn't wholly responsible for the downfall of the appliance market. There's still a lot more blame to go around. But before we go further, since a few people in politics may be watching this video, I think it's really important for the camera to zoom in as I say something very special for the politicians in the United States. Can you zoom in the camera on my ugly face for just 1 minute? You really aren't saving the environment by reducing water and electric usage. If people are just going to throw the appliance away twice as fast to a sensor you force the corporation to install on mandate. Political
It was the corporations. They did it intentionally. They wanted it more complex to prevent others from filling their niche voids, and the technological needs to meet the requirements are too much for up and coming businesses. It's a way to shut them out.
mandates aren't saving the environment as much as you're saving the engineers and executives that are being paid to make garbage that just has a better level of efficiency for garbage. Do you really want to save the planet? Well, make the unit run efficient and last longer. Because if Captain Planet ever taught me anything in the 1990s as a kiddo, it's that reuse is just as important as reduce. Well, that in heart is somehow a superpower because the next culprit is, well, you, the consumer. I know. I've just spent the past 15 minutes building you up with anticipation. Why would I do that? Well, first off, the kind of shameful treatment I'm giving you as the viewer means that I would make a great person to write the next Star Wars movie or TV show. But secondly, few people that buy appliances actually care if pointing the finger at a corporation or the government means that 3 fingers are staring point straight back at themselves. Although I've made millions of views on YouTube from suggesting what kind of appliances to buy, the reality is my best efforts to make suggestions always take a back seat to what consumers want as features that end up being a huge technical mess that just fail consistently. Like, let's go back to our refrigerator over here. Take the situation of the indoor water and ice that we have over here. This is one of the most requested features in an American home. The problem is that adding the ice maker causes a huge amount of failures. You see, back when Consumer Reports was openly publishing failure rates with actual hard data, something they haven't done for years, we got a secret peek behind the curtain of what actually adding these things did to appliances. Failure rates were essentially twice as high for refrigerators that had ice makers versus ones without them. A year or two ago, I did manufacturer training for one of the major companies that has refrigerators in our store, and some that I've even reviewed. The head technician of the company actually shared with technicians the exact sort of failure rates refrigerators were seeing under warranty. He told us that 11% of all the refrigerators were being called in for warranty issues. The problem, though, with that 11% was that almost all the failures, 80%, were due to ice maker related failures. And it wasn't just the ice maker. Many of the warranty claims were from consumers saying that the ice just wasn't getting made fast enough, costing the company millions of dollars just because people thought they needed to run a little bit faster. Yet despite the realities of how bad ice makers are, you find that the most popular style of refrigerator is this type right here, a French door unit that has water and ice on the inside, which is absolutely the least reliable type of refrigerator on the market. But it's not like it's just a refrigerator problem, it's across the board. Quieter dishwashers, ovens that have additional elements, more customized switches and additional contacts, washers that have more options and features that require additional sensors, switches, and product suites that are outside of, say, a mode or a control system. Even as far back as, say, the Design 2000 washer, you saw a lot of things like multi-speed motors getting introduced that would burn out prematurely because sometimes the laws of science went over the consumer or government mandates. Sadly, consumers work hand in hand with the corporations to make bad models popular. You notice during the video, many of the units in the footage and overlay from my stores or other places have the exact same things that I'm advertising against. Why is that? Because they sell, and at the end of the day, businesses give consumers what they want, even mine. Personally, I think adding a tablet PC to a refrigerator is just a crazy idea.
Dumb.
But if the manufacturer adds one on, charges $300 for it when it costs them really $50, then who's at fault there? Is the company making the crap, or is it the consumer for clamoring to buy more crap features when you could have bought something that was more basic for less money and less problems? Oftentimes when I'm studying for products to review and suggest, you find that many people absolutely love the specific offerings of the features during the review process at, say, 6 to 12 months. But what happens to that tablet at 3, 5, or 7 years down the road, or the extra quiet dishwasher? Often it's not quite as rosy, and that aspect may be hard to quantify in terms of how much people like things down the road. If you were going to ask me what the largest culprit of all the problems that it comes to when dealing with why appliances are so bad, I think this next one is going to be at least my favorite or your least favorite, depending, and that is cost. We've already discussed in the video that wholesale margins recently aren't great for the industry. From what I've seen, cheap mid-grade models simply don't make money for the manufacturers. It's the more expensive, complex pieces of crap. And this causes a lot of problems. It makes companies seek out more or different ways of making money through cleaning products, extended warranties, water filters, and of course, the expensive repair parts. Instead of making money on the margins of the appliance, they now try to make the money on volume of units or those ancillary things. But why would companies do these terrible things? And a lot of that is...
I heard something. It's the dog.
not the camera guy, the person in the camera, you. The hard truth is that appliances have never been cheaper than they are now. And what do you think the actual cost of the appliances are that we're looking at in our room were when they came out? First, let's go to my grandma's refrigerator over here, the 1950 General Electric. What do you think it cost in 1950 when she bought it? Is it $400 like the comparable 9 cubic foot Chinese Space Saver refrigerator that's going to end up lasting about as long as a Cleveland Browns quarterback? Do you think this cost $800, $1,000? The answer to what this cost her was just $269.95, and it was guaranteed to last 10 years minimum. Oh, and by the way, here's the newspaper clipping from the paper that she bought it from, the Herald dated December 1950. The problem is that $269.95 means that after inflation, she paid $3,618.54 for this refrigerator, which is a bit more than our $400 Chinese special over here. Is it that way just for refrigerators? Well, not exactly.
So he's still feeding into the fact that inflation is just a lie to steal our money.
It was everything. Let's go over to our 1956 white Westinghouse
And yes, they are stealing our money through reducing our purchasing power.
dryer, one we recovered from a basement in our town, and we found the newspaper clipping it was sold from as well. What do you think a washer dryer pair like this one would cost? I'm not sure if they ever really sold them at the regular retail price of $5.59, but for a limited time in Circleville, you could buy this pair for $388 or $4,551.70 when you compare it to the current price. Remember that big Hotpoint stove I had in the background a few years ago for a stove review? I still have it, and I also have the newspaper clipping from Griffiths here in town from 1956 when that was sold, as well as a bunch of other units. And if you're watching the screen right now, as a rule of thumb, you can add a zero to the price of everything you see here, plus 20%, and that's what you get today for the equivalent cost. That Supermatic stove was $3,500.
So inflation is not just the way to look at it, because you also got to do the inflation on those people's income at the time, which he's not doing.
Isn't that a big difference from today's glass tops? And it's not even the ultra retro appliances from the 1950s that were so much.
Here's what I can see as far as his issue goes. And I disagree with you wholly because you are not looking at how much people are getting paid versus how much it costs. You're looking at just the dollar value and then equating that $1 value to the other dollar value without realizing that our purchasing power is being stolen through inflation, which is a lie. Which is why you don't look at inflation. You look at income to cost. And I would say you remove the top, the top 1%, just remove them from the list when doing any of these calculations.
More expensive. If you fast forward to my mom's washer from the 1990s, it's the same story. Here is a 1991 Sears catalog that has a similar washer to the one that my mom had for $1,033 equivalent dollars. And the thing is, that unit wasn't built in 1991, it was built in 1987. If you go back to when that exact model was brand new and fetched a much higher price as a new make and model, it was $1,600 equivalent in the US. By comparison, your standard Amana NTW 4816 has more features and options than that old Kenmore for about $500 brand new. We certainly made the design cheaper, but did we actually make it better in the process? See, the thing about this is you can't make good appliances cheap. Quality costs money. Time and time again, though,
it doesn't cost that much
price
money.
Above all else. Even at my shop, we have products, one from random Chinese factories and others from high quality OEM brands like ERP, and I can almost
It's because there's not enough manufacturing here, which I want to bring back through the guilds.
never convince consumers to purchase the component that will last 10 years over the one that may last 3 to 5 because the 10-year unit costs a little bit more than the 3 to 5 year. In a microcosm, this is why machines are cheaper than ever. Consumers have for decades put price and pressure on appliances to be built cheaper rather than better. And since the government mandates more complex systems, the manufacturers are also forced to choose between remaining price competitive or quality defective. But again, to quote the great LeVar Burton, you don't have to take my word for it. One pivotal point in time in the appliance manufacturing game was when government, appliance companies, and consumer advocacy groups were arguing about all the high efficiency mandates back when Obama was president. And here's an example. The argument was made in the Federal Register, volume 65, number 194, page 3, that the purchase of a high efficiency washing machine will be $200 higher than the price of clothes washers today when it came to high efficiency. The issue is that when they ended up mandating these changes, the price never really adjusted upwards to reflect the mandates for high efficiency. Rather, the price stagnated or even came down, and the result was diminishing quality to meet the regulations, and we got crappy washing machines. Even though this example is for washers, it applies to refrigerators because you can't build something complex and robust cheaply. Something has to give when it involves price and complexity, and since consumers love a cheap
Slapping
deal,
my thighs.
guess who won out? That's right, the Walmartification of appliances. All the issues that we've talked about here work in tandem to destroy the appliances of yesteryear, and no one really noticed until the new machines were in home, and suddenly our old Kenmore 70 series here behind the blame game didn't look too bad. So what specific things happened that resulted in quality declining for the same price? I'll give you some examples. Doors on refrigerators became thinner, leading to easier denting in your household. That's cosmetic but not catastrophic. Wiring harnesses in refrigerators and washing machines or even stoves now are thinner, leading to eventual failures outside of warranty, so it doesn't really matter to the manufacturers anymore. Fuses and filters became smaller or just not existent in line when a single part fails, so when something shorts out, larger, more expensive systems end up going bad, but again, outside of warranty, who really cares? Going deeper and deeper, whoever made the cheaper part, not the better one, has won in the appliance industry for decades. This started to become an issue even in the 1980s, with many companies going overseas to save money or busting up unions, leading to companies like Maytag offer cheaper, crappier options like the Norge-built Maytag Performa.
Again, this only happened because of Dodge Brothers versus Ford, and I blame the Dodge Brothers for this one. Because the corporations have to maximize profit for the shareholder. How else are they going to maximize profit for the shareholder if not make sure that, oh, you always got to buy a new one?
Or even worse, their Alliance-built Maytag legacy system, which had to compete with all the other Walmart brands, so you can't always blame Obama's DOE for everything. You can blame cheaper prices. And going to high-efficiency washing machines, when you make a machine mandated that it has to run 1,000 RPMs plus, you may be surprised you can't always go cheap on suspension rods, but there's also tons of other examples we could just talk about for hours in the video. Often manufacturers do these things simply because if they don't offer their machines at $600 or around there, consumers will make the choice of picking their rival, which is universally led to that race to the bottom. But if we're serious, it's not like you can't buy reliable appliances today. They actually do exist in the market. The truth is, you can go out today and buy a front-load washing machine that's going to last 15 to 20 years in most cases. One that would easily compete with the best washing machines on the market from yesteryear. The problem is that you do have to pay the price for it. Companies like Miele, ASCO, and Bosch, and of course the Speed Queen here, make units as good as they ever used to decades ago, but the problem is that you have the decades ago price that remains, and it's not part of the equation when we look at the truth of cost. Companies will only make things that consumers purchase. Why, if consumers were purchasing pumpkin spice colored front-load washing machines in droves, we would be seeing this in a Starbucks edition laundry center everywhere. But when it comes to names that are synonymous with quality like Speed Queen, they have less than a 1% market share in America, much less their front loaders. That means that the market acts like they want reliability when they're really not willing to pay for it. But are there...
Here's the thing, right? That could absolutely be made much cheaper. All you would need to do is make the thing, sell the thing, and then make the parts. And then when someone needs parts, sell them the parts. It's that easy. That's how you continue to make the money. You can even hold those training classes, be like, hey, these dudes are certified because they know how to repair our stuff. And then guess what? They can purchase a bunch of your stuff. And they can hold on to that stuff so that way your stuff's already out and about.
Other factors to this we're not discussing. Well, when you combine all these things together, you do
It's
get
just,
one of the final culprits when it comes to why appliances aren't working.
Again, if I had the money, I would do this. I would make all the appliances. They would be the best appliances because they would last forever, ever even. Because yes, there would be parts that are going to have to wear out, and I understand it. It's like the oil in a car. While something is moving, something might need to, take the brunt of some damage, right? Potentially, possibly. Cables. All right. But everything would be made easily fixable, easily Yeah, just easily fixable. And the parts would be far wide and far spread, right? So you could get any part that you need, and we could even work together to make sure that the parts that you get are better than the original parts that were on there, but still manufactured for the machine, right? And then, ooh, guess what? You ever want to get rid of it, you can then sell it yourself. We can still provide parts, we can still make new ones. Because, there are still going to be those people who either throw them away or need another one, or really, there could be a bunch of reasons. But if I had the money, I would do that. Not only with appliances, but also with cars, tractors, farm equipment, like combines, harvesters. You could fully repair it. You could fully fix it up. You would have all the stuff to be able to get it taken care of. If I had the money, but I don't yet. Soon enough, I will. And then as governor, I will ensure that these are enshrined within our Colorado Constitution. And then, of course, I invite you, the youth, to come to Colorado, because I will not let you down. I have a younger brother. I'm so proud of him, everything that he has done. He has worked hard, he has educated himself, and now he's working something somewhere. I don't know, because he's not allowed to tell me. And I respect him for it because he is being true to his word. So I will say my brother is a good man. And I want to have that same type of pride for all of our youth. I have nephews. I want to see them succeed in life as well, but I want to see they don't have the option. They don't have the opportunity. It's hard enough for my younger brother as he is now, because the home prices, just the cost of living itself, the reliance on a car, traffic, the really no place to really get to know other people, all of this is working against him, which is also working against us as a nation. What is up with my shirt? No, I just felt weird in it. I think I want some pizza. Yeah, I'm gonna get some pizza. But again, my youth, my friends, my brothers, my sisters, we can take everything back. All right, and this is for my millennials as well. Those in your mid 30s. I'm 37 right now, okay? But I can see a change. I can see a better horizon, and we can build it now. Because the boomers are basically our parents, right? Think about it like this. The 20-year-olds, this is at the end of World War I, 1945, right? They were 20, they had kids, right? And then you gotta fast forward like 20 to 25 years from 1945. So they're now 1965 to 1970. These are the boomers, right? Then they had us. Because again, 1970s, give them like 10 years approximately. Remember, this is just like the big pockets, right? There's always going to be a bunch spread in between. But like the big pockets were about this time frame, right? Then the next one is the kids born. These are the millennials, the ones that were born towards the end of the millennium, just because that's the time, the next big push that came through, right? Now us, we went to our silent generation grandparents. A lot of us did, and that was because at the time in the 70s, early 80s, right? They were going to school because it was still cheap. There was the dying down of the wars, the And then the nuclear scare, right? They were like, oh no, nuclear energy, it's so dangerous, it's gonna blow up the world, Greenpeace, I'm a hippie, right? That stuff was curtailing coming through in around the 80s, right? So a lot of us, while the boomers were doing that shit, ruining the economy, because they're greed, and they're like, you know what? Now that we bought our houses for cheap, let's go ahead and start selling them up on the stock market and shit to hedge funds. Let's give hedge funds the same rights as a human as you and I have. And that's just dumb. That's so dumb, incredibly. But that's what the boomers did. They sold out us, the millennials, and then we just watched. And then again, not all of us, because a lot of millennials don't have kids. I don't have kids. I would love some kids, but if I'm not destined for it, hey, it is what it is. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to see my brother, my nieces, my nephews, and my neighbors, my friends, my brothers, my sisters. I want to see everyone thrive. Because I see what was stolen from me, and I don't want it to be stolen from you. And I want to give it back to you. Which is why the corporations and the banks are probably going to want to assassinate me and slander my name. So they'll make it look like an accident. It could even be a car accident, and they could even lament, be like, oh, boo-hoo, he was so blah, blah, blah. We appreciate and love what he did, but we're not going to implement any of what he said because it's going to be counter to what we want, to be evil and steal from you while we kill you off slowly. Their crocodile fake tears. It could go one of two ways, right? That's what we got to look at. But they are the ones who would absolutely murder me only because I'm trying to make sure that you have, well, what was stolen from you, stolen from me, so you would have that. So, right to repair. The whole infrastructure update, so that way we have a full fiber optic across the state, right? The state would also have, and again, you and I are Colorado. You and I are Christian Americans together, right? Because again, these documents were founded together. Well, the Bible, New Testament, right? Jesus inspired the Constitution. For Jesus said, there is no slave, there is no master, there's no male or female. There is nothing. We are all one under God. All one under God. This means he doesn't care. But down here on us, we are male and female, right? We have our stuff because this is, what we are. We are male, female. Animals even worship our Lord. Right? And so we will make a Christian nation. But we'll make it in my vision because I feel this calling. And I know this will lead to a better outcome that we can then export across the rest of the United States. So the rest of this nation, this great Christian nation, which abolished slavery, can be the ones to, make the rest of the change in the world. And really, one of them is we got to stop China from plundering the deep oceans, the open waters. But I'll be back. I'm going to get me some pizza. See you in a bit.